Peter. Away you go.
Hit it is. It's a hitter.
We'll have a bet, thanks. Yep, good luck.
Lee, a few injury problems. Bad blow losing Danny.
Yeah, it is. Danny, of course, is vital to us at the top and at the end. So him swinging the ball is a loss to us, and Gavin Larson is out as well with injury.
Yeah. And the pitch looks like a pretty good one.
I think it looks a good track. We've had pretty good tracks all the time over here and in Pakistan, so it looks quite hard and should maintain its character the whole game.
All right. Good luck then. Mark, Shane Warne's come up all right?
Yeah, Warnie's okay. Yeah, we had a little bit of a concern over him, but he seems to be okay today. So yeah, we're as selected.
And the finger was more of a worry than the leg in the end with Shane, was it?
A little bit. He's had a bit of trouble all season with the finger, but I think it's okay. He's bowled a couple of overs here this morning, and he says it's okay, so should be okay.
And Ian Healy, he's a tough customer. What's his problem?
I just jammed his thumb into the ground the other day at training, but as you say, he's a tough bloke, and it's not broken, so he'll be playing.
Yeah. And the lights, have you had a chance to have a look at them? How are they here?
Oh, we haven't had a look. We haven't seen them on at this stage. They look good. They're nice and high, which is something that's needed to be for the lights, because if they get too low, they can get in your eyes. So they look pretty good.
Okay, good luck then.
Thanks, sir.
Well, there we are. New Zealand will be batting first after Lee Jamon won the toss, and it's going to be a very warm afternoon here in Madras. Back to you, Tony.
And this is the Australian team, favourites in this competition. Done very well so far and look very focused. And that's the New Zealand side. I've got with me Grant Nisbet in the commentary box. What about that one, Grant?
Afternoon, Tony. A couple of changes for the New Zealand team. Chris Harris and Dipak Patel have come into the side, and by necessity with injury, Larson and Morrison are out. Kennedy hasn't been included, and Simon Dool is not there. So 2 changes to the New Zealand team that played Pakistan.
Yes, and that's the Australian lineup. The same side that played in the last match. Healy's keeping wicket. He's okay. There was a little bit of a scare with Shane Warne, but he's okay. And so they've got McGrath, Fleming and Warne and Rifle, the bowlers there, with Healy keeping wicket, and a very good batting lineup. However, they're in the field. The New Zealanders are batting first, and this will be a nice challenge for them.
Craig Spearman and Nathan Astle haven't really got it together at all together in this World Cup. Individually on occasions they've batted very well. Nathan Astle in the first game against England with a century, and Craig Spearman with a couple of 60. But since he scored his 100, Astle has scored just 12 other runs at the tournament, but he's a better player than that. And New Zealand will certainly be looking for a big start from these two, both keen to go over the top inside the first 15 overs.
Yes, that's probably going to be the most vital aspect of their batting. Obviously it's important that they keep it together right the way through the innings, but it makes such a difference. We've seen that in numerous matches during this competition. The side can get off to a good start. It really does take the pressure off the middle and lower order, and they can really just make sure that they pace themselves a little bit. These two have got a big reputation if they get going, and the Aussies will be aware that they've got to get rid of them quickly. And just looking at Taylor out there and his field, he's in slip himself, so they've got just one slip and a gully. Stephen Waugh is always in the gully. And then that offside field, the one they've used right throughout this competition. 2 men saving one, and then a slightly deeper cover point fieldsman. Ricky Ponting quite deep there. The captain of the Australian side, who's done so well since he's taken over this job. Paul Rifle not totally satisfied with the field, asking his captain to get that fine leg just a little bit wider. So Rifle it is, first ball of this quarter-final to Spearman. And no ball called. So the New Zealanders off for the first ball. It's umpire Mitchley. And Rifle just going over that front line. Nathan Astle from Canterbury. It's his record in the one-day internationals, an average of 32 68.95. He's got a strike rate of 68.75 runs per 100 balls. And so far in this competition, he's made one big score, 101 in the first match. Well, that's nicely placed.
Yes, you noticed he scored 3 centuries in one-day international cricket for New Zealand. They've all been scored during this season. One before Christmas in India, one, of course, here at the World Cup, and one against Zimbabwe at home. So he's had rather a quick rise to fame, Nathan Astle.
Yes, he certainly made a great start to his career with those 300s. In the middle of a bit of a run drought at the moment, not helped by run-outs actually. He's been run out twice in this competition, once against Holland and once against South Africa.
Craig Spearman there with a higher score of 78. That's been one of the criticisms of Spearman, that he gets to a certain point of his innings, 60 or 70, and doesn't carry on. He gets to what almost seems like a comfort zone and finishes.
Yes, Spearman's got a fantastic strike rate. He's hit that one beautifully, and that'll go all the way. What a good start that is. Short outside off stump, not a very clever delivery, and that was beautifully cut away. Right off the middle of the bat and wide of the gully fieldsman.
Lovely striker of the ball, Craig Spearman. Anything loose and it'll go, he'll go for it. And right over the top of that, that's a lovely shot, and that's the first boundary of the match.
That's a better length, and what's more, a better line. You've got to keep it relatively close to that off stump, and also make sure it's not too short. So Paul Rifle. He takes a wicket every 6.5 overs in one-day international. So that's his strike rate. That's gone away too, and that'll be 4 as well. Well, that one wasn't quite a half volley. He went after it, was just outside off stump. That's a frustrated looking Paul Rifle, glaring down the wicket.
Opportunity to free the arms, Craig Spearman, and if it's up, he doesn't mind hitting over the top, and that is a typical Spearman shot. And away it went, second boundary in the over.
Rifle's World Cup record. He's only 29 years of age, and that economy rate is very good. That's no ball. He's going to have to re-bowl that one. This is a good start for New Zealand. They've been thinking long and hard about how they get off to a good start here, and they'll be very happy with this.
Second no ball in the over for Paul Rifle. So this is a pretty ordinary start. 2 no balls in the first over.
He's got that away beautifully as well. That's a lovely shot. That really wasn't that bad a delivery. It was a little bit too straight. He's flicked it off his hip for 4. We'll come back and have a look at that in a moment. 15 without loss. So after 1 over, the New Zealand openers will be pretty satisfied with the way things have started. Could this just be their day? 15 without Larson. What a good start this is. Spearman, the man causing the damage out there. That really was a lovely shot. The last ball of Rifles over. He flicked away, square of the wicket. This is quite a fast outfield, but this is a great shot.
A tremendous shot, isn't it? Third boundary in the over for Craig Spearman. And he does have a marvellous strike rate. Hasn't he started well in this game? Stephen Fleming padded up, although there is some suggestion New Zealand might fiddle around with the batting order here today.
This is Fleming. And just a little bit of swing for him there. Early on, right out of his hand. It went away. Can't bowl too many out there.
Yes, New Zealand captain Lee Jamon batted 3 in the last game against Pakistan. And they're keeping that option open here, just depending, I suppose, on how these two go at the start of the innings. We saw Stephen Fleming, he's the normal number 3, padded up, but don't be surprised if Jamon is next man in.
He's going to bowl that line just outside off stump and try and get them to swing away just a little bit. Just a little bit of movement there. As for those of you watching this telecast down in New Zealand through TVNZ, I thought I'd just let you know that your commentators in our box today have come to the ground with their bags packed. There's a midnight plane bound for Auckland this evening. I don't know whether that's a little strategy which is going to ensure that they've got to unpack them.
Tony, we're prepared to go to Chandigarh. The bags are packed for that as well.
So what you're saying is going to be a big party tonight. I'm not going to bed.
Exactly.
Oh, what a start for New Zealand. 15 without loss. This is the second over. That's a good line and a good length. He does control those outswingers very well. He's bowling from quite wide on the crease. He's not very close. It's not a bad idea if the ball's swinging just a little bit. You start the ball just a little bit outside off stump and try and get it straightened down the line. Just keep an eye on his feet next ball. See the position he's landing on that back line. He's certainly done well for Australia, Fleming, when he's been asked to take over this role of new ball bowler. Oh, he's got him. That's out, caught behind. Yes, he's gone for the big one, and unfortunately that's a huge nick. Astle, nightmare continues. Try to get down the wicket there and smash it over the top, and that was a big deflection.
Big blow here for New Zealand. Nathan Astle trying to charge, and the big nick, and quite obviously through to keeper Healy. And Nathan Astle, after 100 in the opening game, his nightmare, as Tony says, continues. He scored 12 runs since that time, and that's a big blow. Astle out for 1, 15 for 1.
New Zealand captain in at number 3. Lee Jamon made 41 of 67 balls last time round. No! That's well bowled and tidily played too. Yes, he scores so far 13, 14, 31, 3 and 41. That's a good start. for Damien Fleming.
And here's the dismissal of Nathan Astle. He does have a tendency to charge, but often has the ability to bail out too if he realises he's not quite to it. On this occasion he went through with it, and a very good second over for Australia after 15 coming from the first, remember. And a straightforward catch for Ian Healy.
Yes, that takes Ian Healy past Jeff Dujon. They were both on 204. Healy now has taken more catches in one-day internationals than any other wicketkeeper, so 205, outright leader. Now making a change to the field, Taylor's decided to move his fine leg just a little bit squarer as a result of that very good shot that Spearman smashed away square last over. So they've brought the square leg inside the circle, saving one, and way back on the boundary is that fine leg now. So that area is now covered. And sent back, but quickly enough. Yes, just to elaborate on that Healy performance, 144th match this is that he's played, and he's got 205 dismissals. Jeff Dujon played 169 matches for his 204, and they were made up of 103 catches and 21 stumpings. So that's a very good performance by Ian Healy. Full rifle. Oh, and he's had a play at that one too. He's a man in a hurry. And wide given.
Yes, he won't waste any time, Craig Spearman. And he was looking to put that over the top of cover too, by the looks of things. He does have a tremendous strike rate, as we say. What an atmosphere in this ground though, Tony. Here we are, New Zealand playing Australia in Madras, India, and the crowd's chocker.
Yes, it certainly is a place that really brings out the best for cricket. This country is just unbelievable. Oh, he's played and missed that one as well. Yes, it's quite a spectacular ground too. Very open ground with plenty of breeze. They need the breeze too to come through the back of the stands, and of course a fair bit of shade as well. The Indians prefer to sit in the shade. You see them at grounds where they're not quite full, moving with the shadows, and one can understand that too. But it's very picturesque. Yes, and plenty of New Zealanders and Aussies have turned up as well to support their sides. So what they need here is to make sure they don't lose another wicket for a while, and at the same time just keep it ticking over. We heard Richard Hadley talking about a 250 odd score, and I think that's about right. These pitches have been pretty good in India as well. The outfields have all been pretty fast. That's understandable because it's very dry, but while there have been one or two slow turners, there have been some good wickets as well. The one that springs to mind is the Bangalore pitch. That's well bowled.
Much better over here from Paul Rifle, not pitching it up to the same extent, and just on the length that Spearman is not able to launch into the big drive. And he has a tendency at times to get a little bit frustrated. He took 15, or he took 14 off the first over, so there's no rush. That's a sequence of scores. The big scores have come against the lesser sides, if you like.
That's out two, he's caught behind, yes, that's two down, going after that wide one again. Well, from a tremendous start of the first over, that was a really wide delivery, went after the big drive, and it was a huge nick to Healy. So Healy moves on by another one, 206 to him.
This is an absolute replica of his dismissal against Pakistan, chasing a wide one, and he didn't need to play a shot at all. And another regulation catch to Ian Healy. So away goes Spearman out for 13. New Zealand 16 for 2.
So Stephen Fleming, the stylish left-hander from New Zealand, is at the crease now. And that's nicely played. Yes, Rifle got that one to swing away a little bit. And what's more, it hit the toe of the bat as it went flying away. 1 for 16. Those runs almost all coming from the first over.
Another look at the dismissal of Craig Spearman. Very wide, and as you say, Tony, hit the toe end of the bat, and really another unnecessary dismissal from New Zealand's point of view. It's all right to be aggressive in the first few overs, but that is being reckless.
So there's the pitch. No great hooligans in that, I can tell you. It looks as flat as a tack. It's the normal colour, sort of a brownish red, devoid of grass. This is Fleming. He's got that one away nicely. That's a very good shot. Well, the fine leg is quite square down there. He obviously knows that, and he played a good leg glance.
Beautifully turned by Lee Jamon. Pretty much an unprotected area down there. The idea of bringing Lee Jamon in at number 3 from New Zealand's point of view was that he can hit over the top quite effectively, but of course with the 2 openers gone, he's going to have to be somewhat more circumspect now.
So 2 New Zealanders back in the pavilion. Spearman and Astle. It's a good shot off the back foot, forced through the offside field. Don't quite get to the fence, but they'll be looking for 3. Jamon slipping, and well, he's very lucky that throw wasn't bang on target, otherwise he may well have been gone. Slipped down the far end, but kept coming.
It's a nicely timed shot by Lee Jamon, like all outfields in this part of the world, very quick. It was a well-timed shot, but Jamon, I think, had decided 3 was the caper anyway, and he was going, and he would have been, with a good throw, well short.
It's about to be Fleming to Fleming, and that's his performance so far. 43 matches, an average of 30. Oh, that's got to be close. Well, did he get a bit of bat on that one? No, leg by umpire Venkat. Let's have another look at it. Well, perhaps it hit him just above the roll there, so it was going over the top.
Yeah, maybe the height saved him.
Is Fleming getting the ball? It's Damien Fleming getting the ball to swing away a little bit, and as a result, he's now got 2 slips in position. Mark Waugh has moved in alongside Mark Taylor. And again, that one, I think that time off the thigh pad. He gets a long way across.
Certainly no shortage of runs from New Zealand's point of view in the first 3.4 overs. The problem is far right there, 2 wickets, the openers.
Yes, what a start it was. First over. And then all of a sudden 2 quick wickets. Just swinging back a little bit, and as a result the ball not quite hitting the middle of the bat that time. Cyril Mitchell is from South Africa. They've done a few miles around India, the umpires, travelling up and down the country, and the odd trip up to Pakistan as well, and down to Sri Lanka. Oh, and another appeal, and again I think that is probably pitching outside leg stump. 25 for 2.
Stephen Fleming has been a bit disappointing at this World Cup from New Zealand's point of view. He's got so much ability, but like many of the New Zealand batsmen, he's got to some comfortable scores without really kicking on to a big one.
So there it is, 4 overs have been bowled. The Australians have nailed things down here. Their bowlers are on target at the moment. Taylor's stuck with his formula as well, just a slip in the gully for Rifle. And again there's that one off the pads, pitching outside leg stump. Well, that's well played. It was outside off stump, and it's been nicely driven through the offside field. It may not quite make it. It's quite a long boundary down there. They'll come back for the third. In comes the throw again. It's very close, and he would have been out again. Well, I'm not too sure that he's a great judge of the third run. All that needed was a straight throw, and he'd have been out there as well.
He would have been well short. I think initially he felt this had enough timing on it to get to the boundary. He probably didn't go as quickly for the first and second runs as he normally would have, but have a look at this, a direct throw, and he would have been well short. Stuart Law, the fieldsman. So he's got off to a bit of a flyer. He'll be aware that they need to post a decent score here. And that's nice placement, and falling behind that one, Shane Warne, chasing it away down to deep extra cover. That time they settle for 2. Like it nicely on the up, Stephen Fleming. He's a beautiful batsman to watch when he's going.
Straight down the ground, and once again Warne will have to chase that one. They'll come back for the second again. They're certainly keeping that scoreboard ticking over. There's no way that they're choking back here, despite the fact that they've lost 2 wickets. The score has moved on to 32 for 2.
He's playing it nice and straight, Fleming. This is proving to be quite an expensive over for Paul Rifle, having fought back so well after his initial over, which cost him 15 runs.
Try to whoop that one away to square leg again. Yes, it's becoming a hazardous business these days, opening the bowling. A few opening pairs around in world cricket that really do enjoy taking to the quick men. We've watched the Pakistanis. They really have a go, and of course the Sri Lankans lead the way. They're deadly dangerous.
Well, it's been a batsman's World Cup, hasn't it? Talking about the MVP. I can't imagine it being a bowler, Tony.
one way down the leg side. And once again having a go at that one, but they're not laying bat on ball. Notice how wide he is on the crease there, just a little bit of movement, and then the ball ended up going the other way off the seam. And that's probably what prevented umpire Mitchley from signalling wide. He won't often let one go down the leg side. If he bowls another one in that area, that'll be wide for sure. Just one ball to go in this over. So far 7 runs off it. Oh, that's well played. Very well played, in fact. Right straight down the ground. He's a lovely straight hitter of the ball, and that's gone all the way. That's a good over for New Zealand. 11 runs from it. 36 for 2. So 36 for 2 the score. The run rate at the moment 7.2, so nothing to complain about there. They're off to a fast start. Might be a few Kiwis amongst that lot. Bang on target.
It's a very aggressive start by the New Zealanders. They've endeavoured to do this throughout the tournament. And there we are looking towards the ground here. And I'd imagine it'll be a marvellous sight later on this evening when the lights come on. Packed house already.
There's the Bay of Bengal in the distance there. That's well bowled. Fleming angling the ball back into the right-hander, giving him very little room to move. Well, I reckon around about 50,000 people can get into the stadium. It looks to me to be pretty full. There are a few seats across to the right that are still vacant, but they no doubt the workers coming down after work when the lights go on. That's well played. That's a beautiful shot. That's a magnificent shot. Off the back foot, right off the meat of the bat. Time to perfection.
Lee Jamon hasn't had a happy time at the World Cup with the bat. He got 40 odd on the last match, but he was pretty slow in getting there. But he looks to be in good touch here today. And that was a lovely shot off the back foot.
Don't hit them better than that. Yes, you're right. Just noticed that Glenn McGrath has started to loosen up. It's a slower delivery. Used so well by so many bowlers in this World Cup. That change of pace on these slow wickets, very important.
Yes, and to his credit, Lee Jamon read this pretty well too. He was all set to launch into a big drive, the big backlift there, and he suddenly realised it was a slower delivery and played it well.
I'll be looking forward to getting into the attack. He hasn't done too much. He'll be looking forward to trying to make an impression on this match. Chalk up 100 against Australia, wouldn't he? 14 not out today. Oh, that's well bowled. That was an attempted Yorker. Went out a little bit. 4 runs off that over. 40 for 2. There it is, 40 for 2. Spearman and Astral back in the pavilion, and it looks as if we're going to see the first change for the Australians. Glenn McGrath has been given the ball, and we're going to change commentators. It's going to be Richie Benaud and Ian Smith.
Thanks, Tony. Afternoon and evening, everyone, wherever you might be. And just a quick glance at the overs there. A good underlining of why there's a bowling change. Rifle has taken a battering at the India Royal end, and Glenn McGrath is going to take over. Now, McGrath has bowled pretty well in snatches during this tournament, but all of a sudden he's gone for plenty at different times. So it's being tossed in to the fray now by Taylor. Apart from being different hands, Jemon a right-hander, Fleming left. They're different styles of players. Fleming stands upright, plays very straight. Jemon looks to me a very, very good back foot player. Good afternoon, Ian Smith.
Yes, good afternoon, Richie. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be watching this encounter on what I think, Richie, has been some great pitches I've witnessed in this tournament. I think this is probably the best of them. A number of shots that we've seen already, the ball coming onto the bat and racing off the bat. A number of shots being able to hit on the up. The batsmen seem to be really enjoying it. From a New Zealand point of view, the 40 runs is good. The 2 wickets, not so good.
All the pitches I've seen so far in this Wills World Cup have reinforced the determination I had as a captain never to bother with a pitch the day before the game, because they always change. And the one today apparently wasn't all that inviting yesterday. Sending out a few invitations to the batsmen today. Much the same in Bangalore. Intercarb said to me that he didn't think much of the pitch. That was when I saw him at the races the day before the game, and it was a beauty. Already New Zealand have taken 40 from 6 overs here, but they have lost the 2 wickets. This is a different ground from the one I played on in Madras many years ago. This one holds 50,000, and there's not a question of there not being a dry eye in the house. There's not a vacant seat, and as has been the case all the way through, it's an animated audience. For the batsman, no move from the umpires.
An extra shoulder here from Glenn McGrath, and quite rightly that was around about chest height, so no problem with the height in terms of the no ball, but certainly something for Fleming to think about there. McGrath looks very determined today. He's taken over from Rifle, who got a bit of a pasting, pick up a wicket, but at some cost.
Good slow ball, and it's 40 for 2. That's a nice start for New Zealand. 40 runs in those 7 overs. And the 2 openers gone. I liked the look of Spearman and Astral when I saw them making runs. From New Zealand's point of view, it's a pity they weren't able to get cracking today, but 2 good wickets for Australia. Jemon is 14, Fleming 8, and then out Spearman for 13, caught Healy bowled Rifle, and Healy took the catch also to dismiss Astral. And that was off Fleming's bowling for 1. Still to be Damien Fleming. All sorts of supporters clubs over here cheering on their teams.
This is the 6th occasion, Richie, this Indian summer anyway, that New Zealand have turned up for cricket at this stadium. This is the first time they've had a bat. They came here for a test match, and 5 days in a row it rained during the night. The outfield got so wet that very little play was possible. India did bat, but only for a little time on 2 days. So New Zealand today, 6th time lucky in terms of getting a hit, and I guess it's frustrating. But now they are finding out that this is a good pitch.
Good shot. It may stop on bouncing. Depends on the hardness of the outfield, and in fact it's going to go over the boundary line. Good stroke.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I think a slight change in pace too from Damien Fleming. I think he had to wait just a little bit more for it, and in the end he did club it nicely over the top of mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket, plenty of carry. Just sat up there. It is a good pitch. You've got to get it right if you're bowling. We're going to see a lot of shots of this nature as this match progresses throughout the afternoon and the evening. Lee Jimon, he looks to be in pretty good touch.
Once again, it's a back foot stroke from Jimon. I always like to see someone who can play off the back foot. Just about anyone can play off the front foot, but he looks as though he's got a bit of character about his batting. Doesn't mind standing up straight and thumping it away on the offside. Nice even bounce from this pitch. I was saying that I played on another ground here in Madras many years ago when I came over, but it's a different style pitch then. It tossed a load of sawdust into the top of it and rolled it in, and in our innings alone we used 13 balls because the stitches were just ripped to pieces, and it was a case of get a box of new balls and sandpaper the shine off and then toss them out when each ball disintegrated. Make nice reading for the New Zealand dressing room. 44 for 2 in just about 8. Good start. Also make nice viewing for all the viewers in New Zealand on TVNZ. Steve Waugh is the man on your screen there. Mark Taylor the skipper. .44 for 2. Fast outfield, good pitch. Can't ask for much more than that. It's been the case for many of the games here in India. The one between Australia and India in Bombay was a cracking pitch. Can't remember seeing a ball go off the bat faster than in that match. 44 have gone now. Glenn McGrath is the bowler from the Indian Oil end. Fleming taking straight.
Well, it's a new role for Lee Jimon back in New Zealand for his Canterbury side. He always bats a 6 or 7 for them. And this is the second occasion in this World Cup that he's promoted himself in the order. Not quite successful against Pakistan at Lahore the other day. He did get 41 on the score sheet. That would look good. Just took him a wee bit too long to do it.
First man out today was Nathan Astle, giving it the charge, and a very thick outside edge there for Ian Healy's first victim.
And this is the second one too. Chased a wide one, I think. Had he not made contact, the arms might have gone out from the umpire. Instead, the finger went up.
It certainly got a wide there, I'd say. In fact, he only just reached it. Did well to get it with the Q end. Gone. Now that's a real blow for New Zealand after the loss of the first two. Fleming has hit it straight to square point, just inside the circle, and Steve Waugh's the man taking the catch. With 44 for 3.
Well, a wicket apiece now. It's now Glenn McGrath's turn. Just a little bit of extra bounce. He's a tall man. Hurries on to Fleming. He's not able to keep it down. He sides it away, and there, the safe hands of Steve Waugh. Very, very deepish gully. So Fleming's gone for 8. New Zealand now 44 for 3.
For 3, and Chris Harris is the new batsman, another left-hander, taking over from Stephen Fleming. If there were to be a plan to produce left-handers against Warne, they're being produced a little faster than the team management might have wished. Just a bit of bounce there.
Well, he hasn't had a lot of success in terms of the wickets. Just his third wicket in the tournament for Glenn McGrath. That was the wicket of Stephen Fleming. As you say, Richie, extra bounce. He's buoyed by that early success. And he's here because of the wicket of Stephen Fleming. Just pushing a little bit wide at it, not able to keep it down. And a simple catch for Steve Waugh, and he held it well.
Stephen Fleming, who's nowhere near over that. He's such a good player, Fleming. I've seen him bat well, make runs, and look a player of real class. It's disappointing to see him go to a stroke where his feet hadn't moved and he wasn't over the top of the ball. Skipper's still there, Lee Jamon, and Chris Harris is the one taking strike. .44 for 3. There are plenty of conferences out there between the batsmen. The crowd a little hushed now. They know it's a good batting pitch there, and we're surprised in this 50,000 audience that 3 wickets have gone down. Damien Fleming from the pavilion end, members end. Well, the Australians might have picked up 3 wickets, but this is as loose as I've seen them with their bowling. I just wonder if there might be a little bit of quarter-final nerves there. Haven't played all that much over here. Fleming's been short a couple of times. There he is again. A short delivery, which is played away quite safely by Jamon. .45 for 3, and We've had a stroke of good fortune. Someone sent us 50 or 60 balloons on the left of the ground. Field led. That's good covering. The man closer in couldn't get across to it, and Bevan was very quick.
He's had a pretty quiet time of it. Michael Bevan with the bat, he hasn't had that many opportunities. He's bowled a few overs, but always in the field you've got to be very careful. His left arm has a strong arm, but there, just the balance there to able to get round in a throwing position so quickly, that stopped the run.
More like the length we're accustomed to see Fleming bowl. Rifle was the same, he was astray in length.
And certainly Mark Taylor's got himself that slip. That's the line he wants Fleming to bowl. Angle across the left-hander and just hope for that little touch. Healy's already been in business twice, and Mark Taylor, of course. There's no better slip fieldsman in the world. The best pair of hands.
Safe, it's beaten the man at point, and we'll go for 4. You generally bet on these grounds that if it gets through the infield, it's going to be 4 runs.
Well, here's the inconsistency you were talking about, Richie. It's just a little bit wide, this one. It enables the left-hander, Harris, just to free the arms. And I think it might have been a slightly slower delivery as well, but it wasn't well directed. And that just ran away after it beat Bevan.
Moment Fleming might have thought it was going to go to hand, but was well away from the fielder at point. This is the favourite field setting on the offside for just about all captains. They'll set 1 slip, and then they have 4 on the offside, all in theory saving a single, but the one square of the wicket is generally right back on the fielding circle. There's the other 2 to cut across in front of him. .49 for 3.
So promotion in the order 2 for Chris Harris. New Zealanders been quite flexible about this approach to this match, obviously in terms of their batting. 2 players out there who normally bat lower down the order, and just 3 for 49.
And Glenn McGrath has come into the attack in place of Rifle when Rifle was taking a bit of a shellacking there, and McGrath has done well. He's picked up 1 wicket and bowled tightly.
We're heading to a nail-biting finish.
The stakes could not be higher.
Every goal, every point, and every match counts for more.
Fernandez! He's a special player.
When the spots among Europe's best come knocking at the door. बजे सिर्फ स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
That's going to be 4. Jabon has got it away. He's brought up the half century. And they've loafed on the way through, and instead of 4 they've got 3.
The margin for error on this very good pitch is not that great at all in terms of bowling. That wasn't that bad a delivery, it just fractionally short. And Jamon put it away just wide of mid-on. And as you say, Richie, I think Jamon thought that's good enough for 4 when he hit it, but he would have had to run them all.
.50 from 63 balls. final. South Africa 100 for 1 in the 22nd over. And they need 265 to win, so they've made a big surge there with Cullen and Hudson, the two right-handers, after Gary Kirsten was dismissed. And here in Madras, New Zealand 52 for 3 after they won the toss. Good shot. He has whipped that away straight over the fence at mid-wicket. That is a tremendous blow.
He's tickled him up a couple of times, Glenn McGrath, and struck him on the gloves, Harris, twice, and now he just launches into this. Beautifully balanced when he hits the shot. Look at the momentum going into it, this full swing of the arms, and that carries over mid-wicket. It's the ultimate.
Mitchley signalling that came off the pad.
Yeah, I think quite clearly it did, but carried through to Mark Taylor. And if you don't ask, you don't get. So it must be from South Africa, standing with Mr. Venkat from India, from Madras in fact, the local man.
Shot. Right, well, we've seen now how focused Glenn McGrath is, because this has happened to him on a couple of earlier occasions in this competition. And Harris is doing it again.
Well, this is a good shot, of course. In the first 15 overs, there's no one back. No long on. So if you're prepared to take him on, if the length is there, on a pitch like this, you've got the confidence to go through with the shot. And that was well timed. No need to run for that.
13 off the over, and it's 62 for 3.
So the momentum is there in terms of runs for New Zealand. They're going at just under 6 and over. The problem there, the 3 wickets. And whilst you admire the approach, the aggressive approach, the danger is still there. They lose another one, maybe another 2 before they get to 100. And then they're in some problem area altogether.
That's the way the scorecard looks. It's a powerful batting lineup with Roger Two still to come in, left-hander. Chris Cairns, who I think is a terrific young cricketer, and Adam Perore and Shane Thompson. And Dion Nash, who's a good hitter as well. And Deepak Patel, you can say, is a genuine all-rounder. They bat right down to number 11. So it's not really a question of getting into the tail. The 3 bowlers used so far have gone for plenty, but they each have a wicket.
So another bowling change now. Paul Rifle swapping ends. And I guess the other temptation, Richie, is some point to bring Shane Warne in within the first 15.
New Zealand's plan with Warne to have a left-hander in, possibly a left-hand, right-hand combination to pose him problems with line and length. Might work if these 2 are still there at 15. Been a great start for a big crowd, as has been the case in the other matches. There were streams of spectators going through the turnstiles for 2 hours before the game started. Players were down here very early, exercising and practicing on the ground. Inside the 15 overs, there's a big chance of hitting straight down the ground. And Rifle has paid the penalty again, but I suppose it wasn't all that much over-pitched.
No, it wasn't that bad a delivery at all, really. He set it on the up. Just a little bit of bottom hand coming into it, but that was intended. He was always looking to hit it in the air and hit it relatively straight. And once you clear that inner circle, there's no way it's going to stop.
26 from 21 balls. No ball called. So it's not Rifle's day so far. Good stuff. Good, sensible tactics. Lofting the ball, but lofting it where there's no man.
He's really dragged us across Lee Jemon. But the shot was always intended in that area. He swung around the ball, and it's gone over the top of mid-wicket. So Paul Rifle, the problems continue for him. Not sure he's enjoying Madras too much at the moment.
First time I've seen Jemon bat. Where have you been keeping him?
Well, he's been keeping himself down at 7 or even 8. That's his preferred position. But certainly, it's been a bit of a revelation today.
There'll only be 2 men outside that fielding circle in the first 15 overs, which is one of the very best playing conditions ever used in limited overs cricket. Came in 19 years ago. It's been a success ever since. It's allowed various teams over the years to concentrate on that period to hit down the ground, and it's brought to the captains a realisation that sometimes they might have to bowl their spinners in those first 15 overs. New Zealand once did it with Deepak Patel to open the bowling in the last World Cup, and Warne has come into the first 15 overs in this competition. He's going out of deep square now. Let's take the single. It's 73 for 3.
Facing him is the left-hander Chris Harris. Chris Harris promoted today and doing as most of the New Zealand batsmen have done, going after the bowling. It's certainly been a very aggressive start by New Zealand, Richard.
Well, quite an unbelievable start there, Ian, and I can't say I've ever seen a New Zealand batting lineup. It's just so unusual to see Jemon coming in at number 3. Harris, who's only had literally 2 or 3 knocks in the competition, has only got to 10 once, being elevated ahead of more specialist batsmen, and they're just taking the Australian bowlers to the sword. All very positive cricket. So one would say it's either a foolhardy approach, and or it's an approach that's proving to be very sensible. Well, after seeing Craig Spearman take, in effect, 15 from the first over, one would say that was very exciting. But then again, the 3 wickets fell reasonably quickly. But with Harris and Jemon now rebuilding the damage done, as we almost see a bit of a misunderstanding here. Batsman is safe. But New Zealand 74 for 3. Well, they're going to need round about 280. So how they get them at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. But they've got to get that mark, I think, to make themselves competitive.
It's a good pitch here at Chepauk Stadium. And the Australians must feel pretty comfortable out there. It's the sort of pitch they would expect to find at home. Quite a bit of bounce. Ball carrying through very well to keeper Ian Healy. That is when it gets past the bat. A couple of edges early on with the ball swinging away. So the Australians would feel quite comfortable under these conditions, apart from when they look at the scoreboard and see that run rate. But I think they'd swap at this stage the 3 wickets for the 6 runs per over. Oh, that's well hit. That's 6 over cover point. Magnificent shot.
Well, Chris Harris is really showing that he's come of age in this World Cup. I was just talking about the lack of batting that he's had in this competition today, with scores of 10, 8 and 8. Well, already he's just got into some wonderful flow out there. He was really taking it to the Australian bowlers. I would say from the New Zealand point of view, it's a wonderful sight to see, as 6 runs has been signalled there by Cyril Mitchley. And so that run rate still maintains at 6 runs and over. And of course it's changed, or forced Glenn McGrath now to come round the wicket just to change the line and try and cramp up Chris Harris, who's looking to play very freely. So he's hit runs on the leg side, he's gone through the offside. And so what will Glenn McGrath do in the way of a reply?
Glenn McGrath must be thinking that he's seen all this before. Copped it from the Sri Lankans in Australia, came back quite well and picked up Kalu Witharana in the final after taking a pounding from him in one of the qualifying matches. And then it was Tendulkar in Mumbai in the game against India. Tendulkar going for Glenn McGrath. And I must say, in the match at Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, he did seem to be lost for answers when Tendulkar went after him. So it'll be interesting to see if this is the right answer. The South Africans have used this ploy to the left-handers a lot in Group B, coming around the wicket.
And certainly well bowled, and a good reply. And fully pitched up there to deny Chris Harris playing freely. And so the Yorker delivery is a good one that denies the batsman from scoring runs, and of course there's a chance there of getting him out as well. And so that change of line and angle just could be the answer for McGrath. But really, that's quite an unbelievable sight. 81 for 3 coming towards the end of the 13th over. So New Zealand batsmen have all been very, very positive in their own way.
That's beautiful time. So the bounce is also good for the batsmen. They can play the horizontal bat shots. It's 85 for 3 after 13. So Glenn McGrath taking a bit of stick. Rifle took some stick at the Anna Pavilion end. So he's now been replaced by Mark Waugh. Mark Waugh bowling his off spin. Glenn McGrath 4 overs for 25 here. And he's taken a bit of a pounding. He had 8 overs for 48 in Mumbai. And that's nicely placed into the gap in the outfield. And then McGrath had 9 overs for 46 against the West Indies in Jaipur. So he's taken a bit of a pounding in this competition.
It'll be an interesting approach employed by the New Zealand batsman now, with the slower bowler on and Mark Waugh bowling his off spinners. Of course, Shane Warne is yet to be introduced to the attack. That to me is going to be the most crucial part of the game, is how the New Zealand batsmen handle Warne and how how they handle the spin in general. So the quicker pace bowlers have all come in for some pasting out there. And the ball not quite coming onto the bat, it means the batsman have really got to put the bat to ball.
Was just short of Steve Waugh in that cover catching position.
So no vicious turnout there at this stage. Short of a length there, and Jamon having enough time to ease onto the back foot there and get through the covers. Didn't get enough bat on it for it to go for 4.
shots into the gap. No, well covered by man out there at wide long on, Stuart Law.
I suppose one thing about it, Ian, is if the New Zealand batsmen who are stroke makers playing with relative ease out there, then perhaps the Australian batsmen too would find it perhaps later in the day or the evening just as easy for them.
Yes, it's the sort of pitch that the Australians will enjoy. Obviously, they play on a lot of pitches where the ball bounces a bit. Some good players of the horizontal bat shot. The gentleman who's bowling at the moment being one of them, and he's very much in form. But batting won't be his concern at the moment. How he can get rid of these two batsmen who are playing very aggressively. Mark Taylor has now come to mid-on position. And Mark Waugh has two catching men, one at mid-wicket, the other one short cover.
Chris Harris just a little unlucky there. Had he got a little more bat on it, it might have beaten Warne there, who's just down there saving the single in the circle and square. Very fine.
It's 90 for 3. Shane Warne bowling with a slip and a gully. That's been called a wide by umpire Mitchley.
Shane Warne just a little bit down the leg side, and I think that's probably a fair call. Came into this match with a suspect hamstring injury, and I think he might have a wrist problem too, Em.
Got past Damien Fleming, who's getting in the square position. Shane Warne's leg was okay. In fact, Shane Warne there just gesturing at Damien Fleming to come a little finer. His finger was his main worry. He had quite a long workout with the physiotherapist Errol Alcott before the game, and then eventually announced that he would be okay to bowl because of the finger. It's a finger injury that he's had before. In fact, he had an injection before he left Australia. Over cover, not quite timed. The outfield is very firm.
Well, the New Zealand approach is quite clear. They're going to attack Shane Warne. In fact, they're going to attack all the Australian bowlers, and I think their theory is that for them to be competitive, they want to get round about 280. If they get bowled out for 180, 220, then they feel as though they can't win it anyway. So it's only one way to go, and that's to attack.
That brings up the 50 partnership off just 36 balls. Shell, I think they're asking for caught behind.
Well, the ball's on the ground. I don't know how they can be asking for caught behind unless Healy felt that he held it for long enough. And so again, Lee Jamon making that intention quite clear to try and hit it over mid-wicket, hit against the spin. And Ian Healy and Mark Taylor, and of course Shane Warne himself, were all very impressed as far as the dismissal was concerned, but it's been given not out.
Yes, and for his trouble, Shane Warne, who was busy looking at the umpire to see if he was going to give it out, Ian Healy lobbed the ball back to him and hit him in the side of the head. I think there may have even been a thought that the appeal was for LBW because it came off the thigh before it went into the gloves of Ian Healy.
Probably no damage done to the head.
Ball pitching just outside leg stump. It's 95 for 3.
So an interesting start there for Shane Warne, and 1-2 for the New Zealanders, because ideally they'd like to probably pick off about 40 to 50 runs from his 10 overs, and of course they don't want to give him too many wickets in the process either. just a single, and now that the 15 overs are complete, the two men in the close catching position will be pushed out into the circle. In fact, there are more boundary riders now, and so that means there's quite a few gaps there for the New Zealanders to work the ball for ones and twos. Obviously the boundaries will come. There's been a fair percentage of them in the 96 to date, but the New Zealand approach still needs to be perhaps a little more sensible. Fair enough, looks good, hitting boundaries and getting runs quickly, but of course New Zealand can't afford to lose too many more wickets. Not at this stage with so many overs left. They've already got off to a real flyer, and that would be a satisfactory start for New Zealand. They lost Spearman and Astle reasonably quickly, followed by Fleming, but Harris and Jamon are doing a wonderful job out there.
One of the fine bits of memorabilia available at the moment is that top 10 run scorers bat. The men who have scored the most runs in Test cricket have all signed that, beginning with Alan Border. I've just got a top edge on that. So the top 10 run scorers bat is available for $950 US. There are only 1,500. It's a limited edition. And you see Sunil Gavaskar, Javed Miandad, who went out of the competition with Pakistan. That was the other night in Bangalore in a fantastic game. That's well run by Chris Harris. He's timing the ball very sweetly, Chris Harris. And it was almost a very good save. 100 coming up for New Zealand after 16.
For those 100 runs coming up in 16 overs, so it's just over 6 runs an over there for New Zealand. It's a very positive start and one that they'll be delighted with. The fact that they've lost 3 wickets, well, it may not worry them too much at this time. There's still plenty of batting to come.
New Zealand taking a very aggressive approach to their batting in this quarter-final, which is a good policy. I guess they were forced into a selection of a long batting lineup because of a couple of the injuries, particularly the injury to Danny Morrison. Gavin Larson also not available because of injury. So I guess that gives the top order batsmen some confidence to play shots, the fact that they know that virtually everyone in the 11 handles the bat quite reasonably. So it's been an all-out attack right from the start, New Zealand, and they've maintained a good run rate.
Yes, you're right, Ian. The fact that Dion Nash comes in at number 11 and scored a Test 50, 56 against England at Lords a couple of seasons ago. That's a fine shot. Lee Jamon, that ball just slightly over-pitched by Shane Warne, and Jamon got to the pitch of the ball and hit it straight back past him for 4. The man at mid-on, no way he's going to stop that. In fact, that man's going to be pushed back to the boundary now. And so the New Zealand approach continues to attack and to counter-attack.
Time he goes over mid-off. Beautifully hit. This is Lee Jamon's best score in one-day internationals. His first half-century.
And it's the captain's innings too, and it's well played by Lee Jamon. I guess a lot of people are questioning the decision for him to come in at bat at number 3. He certainly struggled against Pakistan a few days ago. But really, the critics will have to eat their words because he's played wonderfully well. Magnificent innings. So what will Shane Warne's reply be now? 2 boundaries and consecutive deliveries. New Zealand 1-1-1. Well, Nelson's not necessarily a good number for New Zealanders in.
Out!
Shane Warne not used to taking this sort of stick from New Zealand. He's played, well, this is his 9th match against New Zealand. 22 wickets at an average of 10.64. So New Zealanders have had strife with him in the past. Jumon has decided to deal with him. Then McGrath at deep mid-wicket.
Shane Warne is a quality bowler. There's no doubt about that. He's baffled and bemused many of the world's best. And he's had a lot of success, as you say, against New Zealand. And it's a question of temperament outside skill too. Just how does Shane Warne handle a batsman who's getting on top of him? Because normally Shane Warne dominates so often, but all of a sudden it's just turned the corner a little bit. Has he got the temperament? He's certainly got the skills to come back, but the temperament, is that questionable in or not?
No question at all about his temperament. He's got a very big heart. I've seen a lot of players challenge him, and when they do, he gets a smile on his face. He loves somebody coming after him. So there's absolutely no doubt cricket at this level is a test of skill, intelligence and heart. And Shane Warne is well endowed in all areas. A lot of skill. He's got a good cricket brain, and he's got the heart for the fight.
Shane Warne has already conceded 14 runs as he comes to the end of his second over, and that's quite a rare sight. Mark Waugh, who's going for 6 and over, like most of the other bowlers. And so has Mark Taylor got an answer to stop this run flow at the moment?
There's the flipper. 112 for 3.
So it's an intriguing contest out there. And Mark Taylor going to have to rally his forces, geeing his players up. He needs a wicket, because that run rate of 6 runs and over is a very positive one for New Zealand. Doesn't necessarily guarantee that New Zealand will get to 300. But they must be looking for around about the 270, 280 mark.
Lee Jumon has picked a great time to produce his first half-century at this level. The World Cup quarter-final, and he's done it in style. 7 boundaries in that half-century. It's been a memorable one.
Yes, there's been a lot of talk about the New Zealand tactics.
Just over cover.
And the fact that they've rearranged the batting order and they've come out with all-out aggression, pretty much along the lines the way the Sri Lankans have played with a great deal of success in this tournament. Similar approach, come out there and try and hit everything in the first 15 overs. And then once the 15 overs are up, it needs a more cultured, more sensible approach, because there are a lot of gaps out there. It's a very long batting order for New Zealand. Talk about Nash coming in at 11, Patel at 10. It wasn't a great shot there from Chris Harris.
It's not a very smart shot, because he's trying to swing the ball to the longest boundaries. Harris is going to go over the top. He'd be better going straight where the boundaries are short.
Well, that boundary is just short enough for Chris Harris, because he's dissected the 2 men out there and picked the gap nicely for 4 runs. And so again, that run rate just goes along quite freely. Nothing wrong with the delivery. It was a very well executed shot at the end of the day. And a lot of left-handers like to employ that sweep shot, getting against the spin. It was a risky one, but he hit that one very well indeed.
I'd be disappointed to only get 1 from that. It really was a gift from Mark Waugh.
And so those runs that are coming freely, I guess Mark Taylor's got a lot of options. He's got Michael Bevan to bowl the left-arm Chinaman, do something a little bit different. Steve Waugh to come in and bowl a few medium-pace deliveries. So there's a lot of options available to Australia which makes them a very, very strong and well-balanced side. Under a bit of pressure at the moment, though.
It's 119 for 3. For 3 Australia. Shane Warne is going to continue. In the commentary box, it's Grant Nisbet and Richie Benaud.
Thank you, Ian. So still the aggressive approach continues from Lee Jumon. Away he goes again. And just the one bounce.
He's timing the ball beautifully and has done right from the start. Glenn McGrath didn't pick that up, I assume, because there was no great urgency to get in there. He cut off the 4 without any trouble, but didn't get in the attempt to make the catch.
Chris Harris caught in 2 minds on that occasion, but generally speaking, he's been very positive too. Harris's batting form leading up to this innings has been scratchy, to say the least. It's it beautifully straight. A clean blow by Chris Harris and another boundary.
There's more than normal significance in the fist punching of the 2 batsmen out there, because there's a deliberate tactic on the part of the New Zealanders to have their left-handers in. They've put Harris up the order to have a go at Warne, and it's working.
Off the back foot this time, Chris Harris. And New Zealand takes 6 off the over, 125 for 3.
There's the tactic of putting a left-hander in and telling him to have a dash at Warne. They're certainly coming off so far, but there's also been some excellent batting from Lee Jumon. He's impressed me greatly. Doesn't normally bat this high in the order, but he's made a half-century here, having promoted himself as part of the general tactics of the team. And it's been all-out attack from New Zealand, and they're going well, 125 for 3.
Spearman, Astle and Fleming, the batsmen out for New Zealand. And they've been prepared to make tactical changes today. And I wonder whether, at the thought of the next wicket, they may just consider bringing Chris Cairns in ahead of Roger Toos. So it'll be Mark Moore again, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. Harris goes after him again, and that's another boundary. Such a beautiful timer of the ball, Chris Harris.
This is magnificent batting. It's a great partnership between these two after they lost the 3 wickets. Not at all scared to play their shots. And if they've gone out there with a predetermined idea to attack, it just shows the value of it.
The irony of this batting from Chris Harris is that if Danny Morrison or Gavin Larson had been fit, Harris probably would have been 12th man. And a rare misfield by the Australians, and another single. Very fine this time from Jumon, and just the one run. But the total continues to pile up. 131 for 3. Those first 3 wickets went very quickly.
That's again fine stroke, and this time just the single. They won't take a second on the arm. Yes, moving a lot of people around, a massive amount of equipment. It has required tremendous organisation, and between Grand Slam and World Tel, they've managed it so far, and they've done it well.
And that's the over from Mark Waugh. 132 for 3. Chris Harris himself will probably have to bowl a little later. His newfound bowling style, the quick leg breaks.
It's a lovely photograph of White Tiger the other day. It's being brought over to India to a zoo. There aren't too many of them around these days, but they found sanctuary for one.
So the lights are just starting to come on here. It's still beautifully fine and sunny, but they're just starting to power them up. Pulled away by Jumon. There is a man out there, and just the one run to the New Zealand captain, Glenn McGrath, with a good arm.
It's an advantage being a wicket keeper. You can pick the leg break from the wrong one and the flipper. And Warren, for one instant, reckoned it might have got through. Skidding at Jumon, he still got off the meat of the bat.
Warren asking the question, but not seriously, didn't even look at the umpire. Two off that over, 134 for 3.
The early batsmen out in this match. Spearman and Astle were the first 2 to go. At that stage, with the ball swinging around, but a great amount of length and direction from the Australians. They still must have thought they were riding high. And when the third one went down, Fleming caught at point, playing a rather loose-looking stroke. They might have reckoned they were quids in, but not now.
People in Christchurch, New Zealand will be enjoying this partnership. The 2 Canterbury players, Lee Jumon and Chris Harris. Jumon batting at 3 and Harris at 5, both elevated in the order. And that's the Australian bowling figures. Wicket shared by Rifle, Fleming and McGrath.
Michael Bevan, left arm over the wrist spin, and useful bowler. I've just got the impression that there's a bit of nerves out there with the Australians in this quarter-final. There would be with the New Zealanders as well, knowing that it's a knockout or sudden death match after the earlier type format. It'll be interesting to see how Bevan copes. He's very much a part-time bowler, but quite a useful one. Left arm over the wrist.
That's well run by the two New Zealanders. It's a leg bye signalled by umpire Venkat. So just the 2 wickets so far at the World Cup for Michael Bevan. Both of those taken against Kenya. So the chant is set up now. The clapping starts. Chris Harris is on 49. They certainly acknowledge over here the milestones. And that is the 50 for Chris Harris. That's well batted. That's his 4th 50 for New Zealand in one-day international cricket.
That's a very good performance. He's played really well out there. McGrath just rattled him a fraction with a couple of shorter deliveries that got up round about chest height early on. But he came back from that and he's played really well.
Goes for it, and one bounce out to the man at mid-wicket. So the aggressive approach continues from these two, regardless of who the bowler is.
Well, so far Bevan's bowled all orthodox deliveries. That's the over-the-wrist one that comes in from outside the off-stump to the right-handers. He does have a good wrong-un, which is not easily picked. Just a question of whether he lets it loose to the left-hander coming in from outside his off-stump, or tries to defeat Germon with it when he gets on strike next.
Well, Bevo.
Good rung again by the two New Zealand batsmen.
Let's look at Steve Waugh.
Well, there we are, that's his highest score.
Only go chance Steve Waugh at point.
No!
That was the one. Out at point, Steve Waugh is in trouble. He's having real problems there with well, more than cramp, I'd say. Looks like a muscle problem.
Not such a good shot from Jamon, but it's a single nonetheless. A bit of a heave at that one, and it dribbled away backward of square leg for 1 run on 39 for 3. So 139 for 3 after 22, New Zealand. Still with a run rate of over 6. And Shane Warne to bowl again. Oh, just away from the bowler. Made a valiant attempt to get it. A miscued shot by Jamon, and Warne almost had it.
Just spun far enough to find the leading edge. Well bowled by Warne. Left the batsman just a little bit short for the drive.
Ball, Shane.
New Zealand with Roger Toos, Chris Cairn, Shane Thompson, Adam Perori, Dion Nash and Dipak Patel still to come. And that's a very good delivery.
That's a good overspinner from Shane Warne. Very deceptive. That one looks like the leg break, but keeps going straight on.
Good use of the feet again by Harris. Should be able to get back for a second. Harris is very quick between wickets. Jamon not quite so quick. Chris Harris will add so much to the New Zealand fielding effort too later in the day, inside the circle. Nicely chipped away again, down to long on.
Big test for Shane Warne with two batsmen, right hand and left hand, going at him, but he's come through plenty of these before. Just coming out last ball of the 23rd over.
And a complete miscue by Jamon. Just didn't get to it at all. 143 for 3.
Plenty of conferences going on out there, and there'll be fairly happy ones between the skipper Jamon and Chris Harris, the left-hander.
So coming up to the 24th over of the innings, to be bowled by Michael Bevan. Goes after this, Harris, and he's got it past the man. He didn't make a great effort, really, to get to it. And that's the 100 partnership now between Lee Jamon and Chris Harris.
He was beaten in the flight and with the spin as well, but still got it away from that fielder. The rifle is the man out there at backward point.
So that's a tremendous batting effort by these two. A rather unlikely combination to be batting with 3 wickets down in a match for New Zealand, but they've done the job, and just 89 balls for that 100 partnership.
Just the single down to mid-on. The makeup of the New Zealand side today is interesting because it's been forced on the team management and the skipper by injury, with Morrison out and Larson unable to play, and that has meant also reshuffle in the batting order, but it's worked. Batsman out number 11, Deepak Patel, who would normally come in at well, probably 7 or 8, perhaps even 6.
Yes, in fact, when Deepak Patel started his test career for New Zealand, he started as a batsman who bowled a wee bit. So have a look at this delivery. 99 in a test once against England, so he certainly can handle the bat.
That's the wrong one, and it was beautifully bowled. He's very deceptive with it, Michael Bevan. You can say that Jamon didn't pick it.
Just the 1 run for Lee Jamon, and 6 off that over, 149 for 3. I'm watching some very exciting batting, 149 for 3 after 24. So this will be the halfway point at the end of this over from Shane Warne. One bounce down to Ricky Ponting, and up comes the 150. They've got a terrific game in our hands here in Madras, obviously up in Karachi in Pakistan. Tremendous game going on there too. Chris Harris here pushing forward. South Africa needing 100 further runs off 13 remaining overs. They need to get to a total of 265 to win it. And at the moment 166 for 3 after 37. Well played by Harris. So the game in Karachi still very much in the balance. West Indies scored 264. They probably should have got more than that.
There's a poster competition on here when the drinks go out.
Good bowling.
Just nudging another single. So while the boundaries to some extent have dried up, the New Zealand batsmen have been able to push the singles.
It's one of the key things about these limited overs games. Must keep your head, keep it cool, and if you get a good partnership together, not get too carried away. Don't let the red mist come in front of the eyes.
Well, that's just gone beyond Healy. And I'll see what the umpire has to say here. If there's any signal, no, there's not.
Looked as though it was glove, and it dollied away over Healy's head as though it was glove. Yeah, well.
No run there for Lee Jamon. So that's the halfway point in the innings. 25 overs gone, 153 for 3. The big partnership continues between Lee Jamon and Chris Harris. Michael Bevan is the bowler. Batting very sensibly now.
Big total in prospect for New Zealand here in Madras.
Nicely played by Jamon. Big chase again for McGrath this time, and they get another couple. Bevan straying wide on this occasion.
Plays the square drive well.
He's a brilliant fielder, Michael Bevan.
It's bowled quite tidily out there. He's a good option for Mark Moore in a pitch where, particularly if this a pitch where there's a little bit of bounce, but nice high action. It's genuine spin on the ball.
This is in the air, and it's a chance. No, it's not. It's falling short. Oh, poor rifle. It's always that decision of whether to commit yourself and possibly let it run for 4 or to go for the catch.
Lots of agonised shouts going on out there from bowlers and wicket-keeper. But it doesn't alter the scorecard, which says 157 for 3, and we're only in the 26th.
Over toss by Bevan, and Harris helps himself to one further run, and that's the over. 158 for 3. So 158 for 3, and it looks as though Warne has come out of the attack, and Australia are trying a new approach. Steve Waugh coming into the attack. Well, we noticed Steve Waugh just a few overs ago limping around, but he has obviously recovered fairly quickly. So there's no doubt the New Zealand batsmen do have the Australian field and captain under a lot of pressure. Steve Waugh with this vast experience. So back to the medium pace bowlers now, having had quite a number of overs of spin. Mark Waugh, Shane Warne, and also Michael Bevan. Just a bit of a hold up here while the sight screen is adjusted. It's an enormous sight screen anyway. Short and wide and dispatched.
We've seen some magnificent timing of the ball here today. Both these batsmen have been striking it right out of the middle of the bat. It just underlines what a good pitch it is, and that the bowlers can't afford to stray for a moment. That was short and wide. Whatever the Australians' plans might have been, they haven't yet put them into practice.
Somebody walking in front of the sight screen, and so Harris pulls away. Steve Waugh has to try again. They've run well between wickets too, these two.
You think that Chris Harris may well not have played in this game had Danny Morrison been fit, or even, well, I suppose Gavin Larson. Either of those two might well have kept Harris out.
Yes, I'm sure they would have played Gavin Larson. He's an integral part of the New Zealand bowling setup. And yes, I think you're right. I think Chris Harris probably would have been the man performing the 12th man duties. And Chris Harris is pushing people away from the side screen. It's fine to have a side screen, but you don't need people standing in front of it. This partnership between these two now worth 120 runs for the fourth wicket. It's the best New Zealand has produced for the fourth wicket in World Cup cricket. Previous best was 118, Martin Crowe and Ken Rutherford. Also against Australia, that was in 1992 at the World Cup. Well, Steve Waugh's getting a little frustrated here. Lee Jamon stepped away this time.
Not quite needle out there, but a sharpish exchange.
This Lee Jamon's the sort of fellow who's not scared to voice his opinion. He's very quick in the very first match. I seem to remember when Michael Atherton claimed a catch, and Lee Jamon said, no, you didn't catch it, and he refused to go, and it proved to be the right decision. Just an inquiry, really, from Steve Waugh. Looked to be going down leg side.
They've pitched on about leg and would have missed by a good 3 inches, I would imagine.
5 off Steve Waugh's over, 163 for 3.
Steve Waugh will be a key man for Mark Taylor. If he goes for plenty, then the Australians will be in even more trouble than they are at the moment, with only 27 gone. 163 have been hit off them. Steve Waugh is carrying that ankle problem where he was backing up in the field a little earlier in Michael Bevan's first over. It just went over on his ankle.
So 163 for 3, changing the commentary now. Tony Greig with Sir Richard Hadley.
Thanks very much, Grant. That's the situation, and it's not a bad scorecard for New Zealand. They certainly have scored their runs nice and quickly right from the word go. Little collapse there, and then these two, Jamon and Harris, have played a gem of a partnership. It really has been good to watch. It's a fast outfield, a good pitch, and they haven't finished yet.
Yes, Greg, if you're a New Zealand supporter, you'd be very happy with that scoreline. And it's fair to say that New Zealand were very adventurous right from the start. They took 1 or 2 risks. They played an early penalty by losing 3 wickets for 40. But since then, Lee Jamon, the captain, promoting himself to number 3, and Chris Harris, who really hasn't had any batting in this tournament to date, have played wonderfully well.
Yes, Harris's highest score in one-day internationals. His previous was 68 not out against Sri Lanka in Colombo. Now tell me, Richard, you haven't packed your bags like your colleagues, have you?
Well, I'm very disappointed to see that Ian Smith and Grant Nisbet have packed their bags. They're booked on a flight tonight, and I'd like to see them actually cancel that flight, and they'll be checking back into the hotel tonight. But that remains to be seen, Greggy.
Oh, and a big appeal there for LBW. That one spun back in from just outside off stump. He didn't pick it.
I should point out too that it's a pretty good shout. Might have been just a bit of height on that. I too am booked on a flight, but not tonight, but tomorrow. But I'm more than happy to cancel that flight too, Greggy.
Full toss, and that one played to Malone. I tell you what, that shout was a very confident one. He must have looked long and hard at that one, because it looked as if it was bang on target. Didn't pick the wrong one from the left arm wrist spinner. It's caused 1 or 2 problems. Trying to get to spin away from the right-hander here. Let's see if he bowls another one. And in the air, yes he did. But they're hitting through the ball, which is why they're getting away with it. They've been very aggressive out there.
He's a difficult customer, Bevan, because he's so unusual. That's a shout for the LBW again. Chris Harris not really moving his feet a lot. To be perhaps just an element of doubt. Still a very confident appeal. The umpire's given the batsman any benefit of doubt, which is fair enough.
That's well bowled. In wide given.
He's an unusual bowler, Bevan. In some ways a bit like Adams of South Africa, except he keeps his head in the right position when he delivers the ball. But the fact that he bowls the left-arm Chinaman and can spin it both ways makes him perhaps difficult to read and play for most batsmen.
That's well taken by Healy. 5 runs off the over, 168 for 3.
So New Zealand again will be very happy with that scoreline. 168 for 3, 22 overs to go, plenty of batting to come. I just wonder whether New Zealand will make a change to the batting order again and maybe elevate Chris Cairns.
That's well played.
This one away, and it's going to go for 4. It's found the gap, and so Lee Jamon still leading from the front. As he moves himself now to 79, a shortish ball there from Steve Waugh. And Lee Jamon very quickly picking it up, hitting it in front of mid-wicket. And he has dissected the gap out there. 2 men back there. And a deep backward square on the leg side, and the other one a very wide mid-wicket.
So New Zealand 172 for 3. Of course, there's a match going on up in Pakistan. South Africa playing against the West Indies. Another appeal for LBW. That match will be telecast later in England. So those of you who don't want to know the score, you can just button up for a second. South Africa 190 for 4 in the 40th. They need 75 runs off 10 overs. 69 runs, in fact, off 60 balls. That's the target. Straight to extra cover. New Zealand 173 for 3. Could this be just that huge upset? We've seen one.
Well, I'm sure New Zealand are happy with the situation, but it's still early doors. And New Zealand are going to need at least 280 to restrict this very strong Australian batting lineup. So there's no room for complacency. Dropped. And Chris Harris bouncing down the pitch, and really did get onto that one quite well. And it has been missed. Sharp chance. And Michael Bevan puts that one down.
Let's have another look at it here. Down the wicket he goes and pulls it away on the onside. Bevan did pretty well to get both hands to that one. It didn't stick. And the action of war. Six runs off that over. 174 for 3.
So Lee Jamon smiling out there, and he's got every reason to be smiling because he and Chris Harris, they're both on 71 and done a wonderful job out there, but they must keep going. No doubt they're feeling a lot of pressure out there. They must be getting a little bit tired. They're hot and humid.
So 29 overs for that 174.
Well, man.
That's well bowled. Well, his last over was a good one. They're clearly having a few problems with Bevan. They're not picking him at all. This is an example. That was the orthodox wrist spinner, spinning away from the left-hander. He was closing his face of the bat on it a bit too much. Oh, he should have got that one away. Did many full tosses and a nice gap for him at square leg. He'd be a bit disappointed with himself of this one.
Yes, a full pitch delivery like that should really go to the boundary for 4. There's no way he's going to get an LBW there. But New Zealand batsmen, even though they've had some difficulty with Bevan and to a lesser degree with Warne, they've kept their wickets intact, they've kept the runs coming, and so they've won the battle.
We really did try and take that one from way outside off stump. But that's been the way today for New Zealand. They've taken the risks and it's worked for them.
Well, all the luck's gone New Zealand's way. I think we'd be the first to admit that, but sometimes you've got to make your own luck, and New Zealand have done that.
This will be close. Just wide of the stumps. It needed a direct hit. Bevan picked up very well, in fact, and got the bails off, but it makes a big difference. A direct hit may just have had him struggling.
Yeah, it shows you too the commitment there by the New Zealanders, because Chris Harris knew that he was struggling, and really a full stretch dive, and he hit direct. Well, yes, he probably would have been, but see Chris Harris there, flat out. Great stuff.
Where have you guys been hiding this Harris?
Well, the thing is, for Canterbury, he bats round about 4 or 5 anyway in the order, and gets a lot of 40s, 50s, 60s and better. But for New Zealand, they tend to bat him further down the order, around about 7. And the fact he's been elevated. Great shot. Short ball, no ball, and it's gone for 4. So frustration now creeping into the Australian game out there, because very rarely do you see a spin bowler try to bowl a bouncer. Well, it was a quicker one that stood up. And it's been called a no ball, probably because it was over shoulder high, and Lee Jamon is more than happy to take the 4 for it and get the extra ball. And so, not a great delivery. And it's just a little bit of tension out there at the moment for both sides.
That's well bowled, much better. Healy would have been very happy about that last one. Bouncer with the keeper standing up. It's never easy. You could see him jumping in the air with His gloves all over the place. Not easy for a keeper if he's standing up, but that was well played and good umpiring too. It was definitely over the top of shoulder height. Well, that's a good shot. He's blazed that one through on the offside, and it's covered down there. 6 runs from the over. New Zealand now move to 180 for 3.
So 6 runs and over is coming with relative ease for the New Zealanders at the moment, and you would expect the 20 overs to go, that at least 6 runs and over will come from them. So that's a score of around about 300, and that could be quite formidable.
Well played, they'll get a signal. Yes, these pictures going worldwide, being watched in New Zealand through TVNZ, down in Australia. Channel 9 are taking these pictures. In fact, there's one of our Channel 9 cameramen. It's Johnny MacDonald up there, fresh out of Australia.
They've done very well to recognise him.
Again, Dewhurst is from Newcastle, just north of Sydney.
All good friends of yours, Tony?
Oh yes, they've been around for a while. That's just wide of the fieldsman, running away down towards third man. There's a tremendous spirit amongst all the folk that are working on these telecasts right up and down India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
A few people will be smiling back in New Zealand at the moment, I can assure you of that. And I suppose the rule of thumb is after 30 overs, if you tend to double the score. Well, New Zealand at 180 at that time, I think it would be rather foolish to predict that New Zealand are going to get 360, but anything over 300, I think they'll settle for that.
Low and shaker down there. So a tremendous cross-section of cameramen and of course backroom boys as well. That's well played, beautifully struck. They've got to cover man back on the fence down there. In comes the throw, low and flat, just wide of the stumps. McGrath on the fence down there.
One thing I've admired about Australian cricket in the past is the fact that under pressure, Australia normally react very well indeed. Well, they're under tremendous pressure here today by the New Zealanders.
Yes, that's nicely played. 6 runs from the over, 186 for 3.
That scoreline, very impressive there for New Zealand. I would have thought had they won the toss and after 30 overs believed that they'd be 186 for 3, then that would have been very optimistic thought indeed. Well, in reality, it is.
.186 for 3. 31 overs. Tremendous performance night by New Zealand. Fast pitch, very fast outfield too. It's going to be a big score, that's for sure. Just looking at the run rate, it started off first over 15, then dropped down to its lowest, around about 5.3. Got over 6 and it stayed over 6 right up to this point. Those are the bowling figures.
Well, the 3 quicker bowlers there, Rifle, Fleming and McGrath, all picked up early wickets in their spell. But with the ball coming onto the bat now, and both batsmen well settled, both on 77, Jamon and Harris. And with the run momentum looking to increase now with 19 overs to go. And I tend to think that that ball could still go far and wide and just as quickly as it has done before. And McGrath has already gone for 6 and over. But Australia desperately need a breakthrough here. I'm not so sure how they're going to get it, Tony.
Well done, the leg side off the pad, so there'll be leg byes there. This will be pretty important, this, for McGrath. I think his biggest worry will not be so much getting a wicket right now. He'll be really worrying about containing. Obviously the best way to do that is to get a wicket or two, but he's gone for a few in this World Cup.
Yes, he did get picked off by the Indians. 8 overs for 48 there, 9 overs for 46 against the West Indies, 4 overs for 25 here, and so he's certainly hittable, and he's a bowler that certainly has improved over the years. He's one of the frontline bowlers in the Australian lineup. Dropped. Difficult one too, and it hit the umpire as well. But Lee Jamon really did hit that very well. It was right on the slot to hit straight back over the bowler's head, actually. And Jamon got enough bat on it, hit it straight back to the bowler. Sharp chance, very difficult one for the bowler, that one. It came back at extreme pace, and he deflected it onto the umpire, poor old Venkat there. And it's got New Zealand 1 run when perhaps Lee Jamon might have been looking for 4. Just a little bit of pain.
He hasn't a clue where that one's gone. Spinning around the base of the stumps. But these two really have played very well. 78 or 75 balls, that's good by any standards. A strike rate of over 100. And of course Lee Jamon, 78 off 81 balls. What a partnership.
Jamon looking very weary out there, and that's understandable. It's quite hot. A lot of pressure as the captain. Made a big decision elevating himself, and really has accepted that responsibility remarkably well. Must be viewing 100. It's well fielded, and that's certainly stopped another certain 4. So that's Fleming. He committed himself very well there. Chris Harris just miscuing it a little bit, and sort of dragged it round to widen it on, and Fleming diving and restricted it to a single. It's typical of the Australians in the field. Wonderful side in the field in general terms. Put down a couple of catches today, but all very difficult ones.
Always had a go at that one, and a big appeal, and the no ball is given. McGrath is tearing his hair out. Let's have another look at it.
Well, there's a lot of frustration out there for McGrath. That certainly is too high. And even if Jamon did get a bit of a nick on it, there's no way it could be given out, because any ball that's shoulder high is going to be no ball. And I have questioned the temperament of Glenn McGrath. I think he's a very good bowler, but when he's gone in for a little bit of tap, I just wonder whether he's got the temperament to keep himself under control. And that short pitch delivery was frustration and could be costly.
That's a good call. And now they've got one. That was a bad throw. Stephen Waugh. McGrath is bent in half. He's not enjoying this at all.
So the Australians are rattled out there. Very rarely do they give away overthrows and extra runs. They do pride themselves in the field, the Australians. And Bobby Simpson and Mark Taylor on board in previous years. They really make sure that the Australians work hard. Well, had he hit, the batsman still would have been in, and poor old Ian Healy wasn't quick enough. I think that was a difficult job for him to come around to try and stop that one. Perhaps an unnecessary throw, but it's cost Australia another run.
McGrath spins around, decides to hang on to it. No more overthrows, please. New Zealand 191 for 3. Lee Jamon leading the way here. He's coming up the order. And he's a good player too. Cairns has got the pads on. Rory's got the pads on. They must be expecting a collapse.
Roger Toosle had the pads on as well there, Tony. So we're just getting all the reinforcements all ready at an appropriate time to come out and continue the superb fight.
All we need to see is Glenn Turner with the pads on.
He's got the calculator there. He's just working out the run rate. He'll be organising the batting order, and I tend to think that Chris Cairns will be elevated. It makes sense. So that run rate round about 6 and over is a very good one. So that should get New Zealand around the 300 mark. They'll be pretty happy with that, but they're going to have to bowl and field well, bearing in mind, of course, that Morrison and Larson are not in the attack.
Well, that's a good shot as well. That's lovely timing. That's 150 partnership, and it's brought up with a shot that was played to perfection, straight down the ground, and lovely timing.
Well, both Chris Harris and Lee Jamon must be eyeing hundreds here at the moment. They've done all the hard work. It was beautifully played. But again, we did see that commitment in the field. The Australians are going to dive for everything and try and cut off everything. And Chris Harris did him there for pace. It's well played.
I can tell you that New Zealanders in this commentary box are beginning to get quite revved up.
It's not often we have the opportunity to get revved up, Tony. It's normally the other way around. Australia normally win these encounters, which make it quite clear that the game's by no means over, and I don't think any team can be complacent. That scoreline's a very positive one for New Zealand, but Australia do hold the edge for at least 3 games to 1 overall. And I can assure you, Tony, that New Zealand do get round about the 300 mark, and I'm in the commentary box, and Australia win the match, then I'll be full of praise for the Australians. But it'll be a wonderful game of cricket.
He's such a nice bloke, Richard.
We only try to be fair. We try to be constructive and as fair as possible.
Well, that's well played. That's over the top, going down towards square leg too. They are playing well. That's another 4. It's a short ball and not good bowling. This pitch has got some bounce in it. 200 for 3. Oh, he smashed that one. This is going way down towards deep long on. Over the top she goes. Take that, Glenn McGrath. These Kiwis are on fire here in Madras. This is unbelievable stuff.
Well, it's poor bowling by Glenn McGrath for one thing, but certainly wonderful batsmanship here from Lee Jamon. Very rarely do you see a fast bowler be hit over mid-on for 6 as easily and as crisply as that. So Lee Jamon continues taking the bowlers to the sword. And what a wonderful innings this is.
Yes, and what's more, it's a partnership breaker as well. It's the highest partnership. Watch this one. That was going down the leg side. 162-run partnership is the highest ever partnership for the 4th wicket for New Zealand in one-day internationals. The previous highest was 152 between Martin Crowe and Rutherford versus India in Dunedin back in the 89-90 season.
And what a time to break a record in the quarter-final of the World Cup against the old enemy, Australia.
Yes, that's the group from Australia. Yes, and in Madras, some lovely picturesque churches. That's St Mary's Church, actually, within the grounds of St George's Fort, where Robert Clive, the first governor of India, was married. And he lived nearby, apparently. And it was also the headquarters of the East India Company. That's the oldest surviving British church in India. Steeped in history it is. Wall mount, there it is. And at the moment, McGrath wondering what he's got to do to get a wicket. Too slower delivery. Yes, he's got to certainly mix them up. It's a good idea.
Yes, the change of pace I think is very important. It's been very evident more so in one-day cricket in recent years, where a number of bowlers have developed different sorts of slower deliveries. The leg spinner, the off-cutter. But the bowling, very expensive. McGrath is going for 6 and over like most of them really. But Matt Taylor does have a number of options there. He can bring Rifle back or Fleming. With Shane Warne back into the attack, even he's gone for 5 and over, and been played pretty well by the New Zealand batsmen.
That one straight to the fieldsman at square leg. Well, one thing is for sure, the batsmen will be getting very tired. This is energy-sapping weather, this is. And what happens is that you then start to lose that little bit of strength you need to clear the boundary. That's the danger they faced at the moment. They really should start looking to pause a little bit, just pick up 1s and 2s.
Even long term, from Lee Jamon's point of view, to come out and keep wickets, and he's got to captain the side and make decisions.
Got that one away nicely on the onside, and that's well fielded, and the mix-up. Seven runs from that over. New Zealand now 207 for 3. I think he looks worried. He must want the Aussies to win. 207 for 3 at the moment. In the commentary box, Richie Benaud, and with him, Ian Smith.
Well, it's a tough ask already for the Australians. 207 for 3 and 34 overs gone. Shane Warne called back into the attack to try to stem the flow. If the Australians are looking for superstitious things, each of these two batsmen are on 87. You don't often see that. One's enough. Doesn't necessarily mean anything disastrous is going to happen, but sometimes something does. Now, Shane Warne bowled reasonably well early on, but the two batsmen took to him, particularly Harris. Here he is again. ...208 for 3 from 34, and that is a very good score at any time, but just think of the problems New Zealand had coming into this match. They've lost Danny Morrison, they've lost Gavin Larson, but they've replied to those setbacks with imagination. Over in America, there's a catchphrase that talks about slaughter on 10th Avenue. It's been slaughter on Chidambaram Avenue here in Madras. Still just on 16 to go in this innings.
Well, they both deserve hundreds, these two players. I'm sure that would be quite a treasure for them at the end of the day, but the team cause is what matters the most. And they're both looking very tired, very hot out in the middle. The groundsman was telling me he thought it was approaching about 36 degrees before the match started.
Three men out boundary on the onside for Shane Warne. This looks to me as he's rolled the first 4 balls from this over. There doesn't seem to be any excessive amount of spin he's put on them. He's got away with that. But this is very much a loosening over.
I think it's been the case for all the bowlers. I don't think they've been allowed to settle. Actually, I think that's the problem for them. They've been the good balls that they thought they've bowled have been hit to the fence. The bad ones have gone as well. And really, there's been no settling down period where you can bowl with confidence. And this partnership, as you say, it's just slaughtered everything that's come along.
It's going to come around wicket to the right-hander now. Need to be very careful about the wide calls. .212 for 3.
So the little chats continue in between overs. They're looking a little bit spent, very red in the face, the New Zealand batsman. Energy sapping stuff. You can see the perspiration coming out of the helmet. So I'm sure the adrenaline is making up for that.
A lot of imagination and innovation has gone into this New Zealand performance here today. They've used their heads, and one of the big things is that these two batsmen, they are looking not quite on the edge of exhaustion, but they're looking weary out there, but they're showing no signs of throwing away their innings. We've seen over the years of limited overs cricket, some openers or middle order players really get cracking and thrash the opposition. Then all of a sudden they'll do something that'll have them waking up in the middle of the night for the next 10 years, wondering why on earth they did it. We saw that down in Bangalore a couple of times with Pakistan's reply to India. But these two haven't done that.
Well, this is better bowling from Glenn McGrath. I think if the Australians have erred somewhat in their length, I think New Zealand have batted like they've been batting in the last 5 or 6 overs the whole innings. In other words, they've gone for everything. And the norm when you're bowling at that point in time is to not get it nice and full around Yorker length, and it makes it very hard to hit it to the fence. Well, it's only just now, I think, that the Australians have cottoned onto that length.
He's got it. Gee, that's a good catch. You won't see anything better than that under pressure. McGrath can thank his lucky stars that that fielder was moving around there so brilliantly to take the catch. It was a full toss outside off stump, and Jumon has gone.
Well, this is a magnificent end to a magnificent innings too, Richie. I think Damien Fleming's the fielder here. What great commitment. Great skills from the bowler down there to back up his big mate, Glenn McGrath. So Jumon, what a fantastic knock. It's over. It's the adulation from the crowd. 89 off 96 deliveries, and New Zealand now 212 for 4.
Problems for Australia here. McGrath is bowling, but the man with the gloves on now is Ricky Ponting. And Ian Healy has made a sudden dash for the dressing rooms, or room as the case may be. And whatever it is, Ricky Ponting's not bothering with pads. He's quite a competent wicket keeper. But not everything is run with the Australians today, and they've just got their wicket-keeper inconvenienced and commoded. McGrath's deflection there cost the single. New batsman is Roger Toos, left-hander.
Interesting choice too, this, Richie, because Chris Cairns is waiting in the wings. Now there's only 14 overs to go after this one. I imagine that you'd like Chris Cairns with his hitting ability to face quite a few of those overs. So another tactical gamble from the New Zealand camp. Roger Toos, 34, averaging 450s. He has the ability to nudge it around. He's out there because of a magnificent catch. And there have been some great catches in this World Cup. And there's a competition for the winner. Well, you'd have to put this one high on your list. Damien Fleming.
It's 2:13 for 4.
Looking for a little bit of room. And it wasn't a bad shot. It's just cut off by a very, very good catch in the deep from Damien Fleming. So Healy's back, and that's great news for Australia.
Ian Healy is back on the field now. Ricky Ponting is giving him back the gloves. He had gone off the field with his pads, and he's come back with not quite the same suntan with which he left. Mark Orr's the bowler. He's taken over at the Indian Oil end from Shane Warne. The two left-handers in will have moved Mark Taylor to make that decision to see if Mark Orr can spin the ball away from them.
So for twos, it's very much a case of a run a ball, really. Get the strike back to Harris. He's the man that's been out there. He's the man with the hitting momentum. And by doing that, then you guarantee yourself 5 or 6 and over. And if they can do that, New Zealand, there's remaining 14 overs, 280, 290, very healthy indeed.
Very good sweep with the ball, Roger Tews, and right in between the wickets as well. He played with Warwickshire. He's not thin, that's something you'd say about him, but he is a good mover. He's burly with a cricketer, hits well, and a very good judge of a run. One thing the Australians will need to do is get through their overs fairly quickly. Been a lot of conferences out there between captain and bowlers trying to get it right in the face of this onslaught. But we're only into the 37th over at the moment. I should think the worst possible scenario for Australia would be to be chasing something like 280 and have to do it in 48 or 49. And then to be penalised as well. I think I've probably seen everything now.
This is amazing stuff. This is a wide for a start. So he said, well, I don't want to give you a wide. I don't want to hit it anywhere. My reverse sweep, well, no, I'm not playing it that well, that wide. Here, have it back.
It's 216 for 4.
So for New Zealand, the momentum just slowing down a little bit. You just sense that Harris is very, very tired. It's going to take Roger Tews just a little bit of time to get going. And so whilst they've done great work so far, they just have to keep that momentum going.
Seven overs gone. Chris Harris is 92 and he's played really well. Ian Smith was talking about the Australian bowling method a little while ago. This is the shot where the reverse sweep was going to be played. Then because it hit the bat, there couldn't be a wide called. I just wondered if the umpire would have called wide if the batsman has changed from being a left-hander to a right-hander.
The message has finally got through out there that length is the key here. It's such a good pitch. The batsmen are going to play their shots on the up. But the hardest ball to hit anywhere is the one that's threatening your toes and threatening the base of the stumps.
They don't need to chase that. They'll have to throw it back from the bleachers. Tremendous strike.
Well, this is a phenomenal shot from Chris Harris. It really is. Look how wide he gets it from. It's a slower ball. He picks all of that, and then he picks it up beautifully, and that has gone miles. It's a two-tiered stand here. and it is into the middle part of the second tier. Huge hit.
The chanting and the shouting and the clapping starts now, because Chris Harris is on 99 facing Glenn McGrath.
You sit down and you think of the number of combinations you can come up with when you go into a match like this. I guess you've got a number of plans up your sleeve. Very seldom they all come together like this one has.
2:24 for 4.
Magnificent shot to get Harris through to 99. Slower ball, drags it from wide outside off stump and hits it well and truly over the top of wideish mid-on. Must be tired, but there's still a little bit of strength left in those shoulders.
Two wickets to McGrath, one to Fleming, one to Rifle, but all the Australian bowlers have taken some stick out there. Mark Waugh. Now it's just in this little period here from 2 overs ago through to about over number 43. That's vital for Australia. They can put some sort of a clamp on, then they'll be back in the game with a chance. But they don't make a pretty sight, those bowling figures.
I guess it depends on which side of the Tasman you live as to how good those figures look, Richie.
Well, pretty good for the 55,000 here at the ground today. We've been delighted. 55,000 people in, and not an Indian player in sight. It's a game between New Zealand and Australia. That's it. That's a very, very good 100. Chris Harris has played superbly out there, and he did it in partnership with his captain, Rijamon, and it has been quite something to see.
Standing ovation. I'm sure there's a lot of people off their seats back in New Zealand as well. And another shot of authority, just the single, but symbolised what a great innings and what a great reaction.
Wow.
As soon as he knew it went through the gap, look at the reaction there from Chris Harris. Just stunning.
.227 for 4.
So plenty for Mark Waugh and the other Australian top order batsman to think about now. He's staring down the barrel of a very big run chase. Mark Waugh is a fine player. He's going to have to be at his very best.
It's the stadium where we are in the background, and it's the scene of some brilliant stroke play. A lot of enthusiastic shouting and applause from the spectators who have witnessed a tremendous performance from New Zealand. Now Michael Bevan. And there it is, confirmation of Chris Harris, 100 not out. Behind his pads, Michael Bevan has bowled Chris Harris. And it's 200. Bowled Roger Toos, and it's 227 for 5, and we're into the 40th over.
Yeah, looking to play the sweep shot here. Didn't turn back a lot. The problem there with the sweep shot is if you don't get your pad in the way, if you don't get the pad down the line of the ball, you could be in problems area. And Roger Toos certainly is. Gone for 4, 227 for 5.
.27 for 5. Now Chris Cairns comes in. Long batting lineup for New Zealand. They bat right down to Deepak Patel, who's listed to come in at number 11 at the moment. And there's Chris Cairns facing that.
Cairns is at the wicket because of the dismissal of Roger Toos. The problem here with the sweep shot is not getting anything in line with the ball when he plays it, and as soon as it goes past the bat, it's always going to threaten the stumps, and it took leg stump. So it may or may not be a good thing for New Zealand, Richie, because it does bring to the wicket Chris Cairns. Chris Harris is really struggling now. I think a bit of cramp has set in finally. He's lost a lot of fluids out of the body system. And see the shirt, the colour of the shirt, well, it started off the same colour as the pants. So he really has been sweating profusely throughout. But the loss of Toos may not be as bad as one would think, because it does bring Cairns to the wicket, and what a tremendous striker of the ball he is.
A great performance from Chris Harris. He's on a level century at the moment, out of that 228 for 5. Great friend of Australians and great man in New Zealand cricket, Zen Harris. He's no longer with us, but this will be a big day for him. He was a good cricketer himself, and his son has done New Zealand and the family proud here today. Just struggling a bit at the moment with what would almost certainly be cramp, I would think. .229 for 5. First ball of Mark Waugh's over. It's been a dot ball. Now, whereas Mark Waugh was brought on when the two left-handers were in to spin away from the bat, Chris Cairns is a very, very big hitter straight down the ground. Have the advantage of hitting with the off spin. There's a man at long off, another one at long on, but it's not a very big ground.
New Zealand toured India before Christmas. Chris Cairns smashed a magnificent one-day century at Pune. Not a very big ground either, but he did hit the ball very hard and a similar type pitch.
Not all the Australian fielding has been as good as that today. It's been a little bit of wild throwing, mainly because they've been put off balance by the way the batsmen have performed. Always has an effect on the fielding side. They're gathering the ball, and throwing has to be just that little bit more hurried. Beautiful stroke. Very well thought out. He's picked out the spot and hit it there for 4, 237 for 5. .37 for 5, and the Australians are just putting a little bit of a clamp on at the moment. It was the last stroke of the last over. We'll hit one through mid-wicket. Now in the commentary box, Ian Chappell, and with him Sir Richard Hadlee.
Thanks, Richie. And really, Mark Taylor having to get through these last few overs fairly quickly. So the last thing he needs is to get the news that he's chasing somewhere around 300 and hasn't got 50 overs in which to get them. The Australians having to push through with Bevan and Mark Waugh to make sure that they get the 50 overs bowled.
Yes, well, the slower bowlers too, it might be a little more difficult to get away because the quicker bowlers have gone for 5, 6 and over quite easily. Although Bevan's going to bowl those full tosses, they're going to be dispatched. They should be. Chris Harris, he's been out there a long time, played wonderfully well. 107, must be getting very tired. But those ones have got to go to the boundary at this time.
Oh, man. Come on!
Michael Bevan has done a pretty good job pitching the left-arm Chinaman. Some of the more recognised bowlers not having anywhere near the success of Michael Bevan. Certainly Chris Cairns not confident he's picking Michael Bevan.
He's had a lot of useful contributions, Chris Cairns, but he hasn't really taken the game by the scruff of the neck. Very talented all-rounder. He'll be required to bowl very well for New Zealand later this evening. And it needs Chris Cairns to hit the ball to and over the boundary. So at the end of the 42nd over, 239 for 5. Chris Cairns, the son of Lance Cairns, wonderful striker of the ball in his own right, was Lance Cairns, and of course a very good medium pace bowler as well. Chris Cairns technically more efficient both with bat and ball than his father. He's still a great entertainer.
Certainly a tired player now, Chris Harris, but at some stage or other during the evening, he's going to be, when he sits back and thinks about it, he's going to be a very happy player. It's the best way I can think of as a batsman to get tired.
And of course, he might be required to bowl a few overs as well, Ian, so I hope he's got something in reserve.
Well, that's a huge hit. Very high, but it's not going to clear the boundary. Went up a long, long way, and well taken by Paul Rifle. That's gone miles above the top of the pavilion, and it's a well-judged catch.
Yes, it certainly was a very good catch, and Chris Cairns had decided that the slower bowlers had to go, and he hit it straight, but really got under it far too much, and the ball was up there a long, long time. It's sort of one of those catches that the fielder's got too long to wait for, and you tend to think, am I in the right position? Well, at the end of the day he was, even though he went backwards into the ground with it. But Chris Cairns goes for 4. Disappointment for him in New Zealand, but a good wicket too for Australia to get at this time. 240 for 6.
Chris Harris having another few mouthfuls of water in that break. Adam Prore coming out to replace Chris Cairns.
So here's the dismissal of Chris Cairns again. Mark bowling his off spin, and really Chris Cairns got under it. Normally strikes the ball a lot firmer than that. Like to have hit it a lot flatter, and it may have cleared the boundary. That's a very good catch there by Rifle. That long off.
Quite well bowled by Mark Waugh. I think he sensed that Chris Cairns was coming at him and just bowled it a touch higher but shorter in length, and that's what caused Cairns to get right underneath it and hit the ball so high. He's a tied play. It's 242 for 6.
So the Australians picking up wickets now at an important time, just slowing the New Zealand run rate down, and the Australians just getting back into the game a little bit. So they'll be pretty happy with that. Paul Rifle is, and so is Mark Waugh.
New Zealand players have got the fan they're working behind them, trying to keep cool. Just sitting there, Shane Thompson's been mopping his brow. Notice he's got inner gloves, almost like wicketkeeper's inner gloves, and he wears under his actual gloves with the ends of the fingers cut out. In fact, they look very much like wicketkeeper's inners, the chamois type. Batsmen who do that usually wear them under their other gloves to mop up the perspiration so that they don't get out onto the batting gloves. Chris Harris is in a bit of strife.
Yes, he could be a little bit dehydrated out there. He's got to take in a lot of fluids. He might have a bit of a leg injury as well, might be a little bit of cramp. I'm sure it's all worth the pain and effort at the moment.
I guess the thing for Chris Harris now, if he's got the strength left, is to try and belt a few boundaries and not have to run too many.
Yes, well, he has a responsibility to keep going. You talk about batsmen, once they get in and get starts, they've got to go on and try and bat out the full 50 overs. Well, Harris is at that situation where he must do that. But of course, if he's struggling to hit the ball, the other question is, should he get out to allow a fresh batsman to come in?
All right, looking for 2. Done a pretty good job for Australia. These 2 part-time bowlers, Mark Waugh and Michael Bevan.
Kevin Karori's had some useful knocks for New Zealand in this tournament, and quite consistent. And Shane Thompson to follow as well, has had some useful knocks as well. So New Zealand bat all the way down to number 11. And so whilst the run rate needs to be increased and New Zealand needs 6-7 runs and over minimum from now on in, they've still got enough wickets in hand.
Once again, Perore looking for a second. And really should have come back. It's 247 for 6.
So there's just a little bit of a fight back here by the Australians. They might restrict New Zealand to perhaps around about the 270, 280 mark, and they'll be pretty happy with that under the circumstances. They may have been well beyond that, maybe 300.
Chris Harris with his first century in one-day international cricket, leading the charge for New Zealand as they've raced to 247 for 6 after 44 overs. The last wicket being taken by Mark Waugh, the off-spinner, when Chris Cairns skied one. It went many a mile in the air, and it was well judged and well taken, because that ball's coming out of the air with plenty of velocity by the time it gets to Paul Rifle, and he's done well to hang on to it.
Yes, he's pretty happy about that. Well, Shane Warne comes into the attack now, and again this could be a difficult time for the New Zealanders.
And it's wide of the man on the deep mid-wicket. Perore not quite timing the shot.
How have you rated Shane Warne's performance today there, Ian? He has been a little more expensive, hasn't got the wicket that he normally gets against New Zealand.
Yes, I think he's bowling like a man who is having problems with his fingers. Certainly the control hasn't been there today.
Those boundaries aren't coming for the New Zealanders at the moment, so just the odd single is coming. Adam Perore at the stage of the competition has picked up 55, 27, 15 and 36, so there's been some useful contributions from him.
They seem content to just take the singles off Warne without really risking anything as the 250 comes up with 5.5 overs to go.
Well, the plan before this match started was to try and get Shane Warne to bowl round about 10 overs for 50 and be wicketless, so they may not be too far off the mark. They just couldn't afford to allow Shane Warne to dominate and bowl his 10 overs and pick up 1 for 25 or 3 for 30, something of that nature. And so the plan by the New Zealanders basically is to attack him. And they have done it quite well, although the bowling spell is by no means completed at this time.
Not sure that Harris has got the energy to get back for 2. Good delivery from Warne. That one spinning quite a bit. He wasn't able to extend the right arm quite far enough to take the catch. It's 253 for 6.
So the boundaries aren't coming for New Zealand at the moment, even though they picked up 6 singles, a run a ball, still handy enough. 5 overs to go, another 30 odd runs minimum will be required. Anything above that may be a bonus.
New Zealand 253 for 6 after a magnificent partnership between Chris Harris and Lee Jimon, the skipper. Skipper really leading from the front today. Very aggressive approach to the whole innings from New Zealand. And Jimon set the path.
Quite clearly, 2 New Zealand batsmen have dominated in Jimon and Harris. Not many of the others have figured too much as far as adding to the score is concerned, but when New Zealand come to bowl, they're going to have to bowl and field very well indeed, because this Australian batting lineup is still going to test the New Zealanders.
He's had a bit of good fortune in this innings, Chris Harris, and Perore getting back 4-3.
Yes, well, a real miscue there from Chris Harris, and quite clearly tiredness has really crept into his game. Maybe the gloves are a little bit sweaty as well. Look for the big heave on the leg side, perhaps over wide, mid-on, mid-wicket way, and really got a top edge, went straight over the keeper's head and just ran away for 3. It's just about getting to the stage for New Zealand, a point of no return, in the sense that it's virtually all or nothing, where balls have got to go to the boundary. Still the singles have got to come, but if the ball's in the slot, we've still got wickets in hand, not many overs left.
Good bowling. Well.
Certainly we've seen some very good quarterfinals. Terrific game the other night in Bangalore, India-Pakistan. Tremendous atmosphere and great festivities after India's win. India meeting Sri Lanka in that half of the draw. Perore hitting straight. Harris really just not able to run fast enough to get back for the second. It's 259 for 6. I think New Zealand would be disappointed if they don't get to 300 after the way that partnership formed between Harris and Jimon. The Australians, I think, in the end, would be thankful if they're not facing 300. And Perore's gone. So Shane Warne has picked up an LBW with the top spinner.
Yes, the Australians have fought back very well here, and they have denied New Zealand the big shots, the big boundaries. That ball, looks like it might have gone on and hit middle and leg. And so Adam Perore, looking to sweep, has gone for 11. Useful contribution in the 13 deliveries he faced. So New Zealand lose their 7th wicket now with 259 on the board.
Shane Thompson on strike. Shane Warne having picked up an LBW with a top spinner, getting rid of Adam Perore.
And it's Shane Warne's first success of the day as well. And so the New Zealanders in general terms have played him particularly well. In fact, they've only given him 1 wicket at this time. It was not a bad effort.
Harris really now needs to find the boundary, and I'm not sure that he's got the energy. He's just had those drinks that supposedly gets a bit of energy back into the system. But I think he's a bit light on for energy, and certainly he's not really in a running mood now. The legs have cramped up a bit. 3 sixes and 12 fours.
Yes, I think you're right, Ian, about New Zealand being perhaps a little disappointed not getting to the 300 mark. It looks like they're going to be well short of that. If they get to 280, it's still going to be very, very competitive, and we'll test Australia. Australian batting lineup's a good one, of course.
He's found the gap on this occasion. That was a much-needed one for New Zealand.
Yeah, so Chris Harris finding the gap again. I do tend to think that New Zealand, before the day had started, if they'd got round about 280 batting first, then they would have been more than happy with that. They're not there yet, but my word, they have played particularly well. They've just lost a little bit of the momentum, so the Australians have fought back and have responded quite well under pressure. It's very much typical of the Australian approach.
Darling.
264 for 7.
So just 3 overs remaining, and if New Zealand can pick up another 25 or so, then that will get them round about to the 290 mark. That would be quite satisfactory.
Chris Harris has stuck at it pretty well. He's moved to 121. Shane Thompson on strike on 1, facing Michael Bevan. Bevan bowling his last over. That's a good save there. Once again, Damien Fleming. He's already taken a brilliant catch. That was a good piece of work.
Yes, the out cricket in general terms has been pretty good. Sure, there's been some very difficult catches that have gone down and the odd overthrow, but certainly the Australians, who pride themselves on their fielding, have been reasonably efficient today.
Harris hitting the ball pretty well.
Well, Ricky Ponting is going to have nightmares about that one. And one's just starting to praise the Australians in the field. Ricky Ponting has just put down a chance there. A rank long hop really that Chris Harris pulled to mid-wicket. And Ricky Ponting away back there on the boundary was waiting for that, missed it. Probably about 5 catches that would have gone down. As I say, 1 or 2 of them have been very difficult indeed. There has been a great reluctance by Mark Taylor to use his seamers, particularly Fleming and Rifle. McGrath was expensive, but the spinners have done most of the bowling. That's a big hit.
A huge hit. That's gone.
Well, that's gone not only 10 rows back, but probably 30 rows back, because it's into the second tier of the grandstand. And so Chris Harris, if he hasn't got any energy, he's certainly found something from somewhere, because that one's gone hard and high, and that's a typical left-handed shot right in the slot. And very important runs there for New Zealand and for Chris Harris. And the spinner's being employed because of the over-rate problem. And Chris Harris must take toll of this. Chipped it for at least 1 more. Might look for 2. Just the 1.
Michael Bevan has done a pretty good job, considering he's a part-time bowler. And the Australians may rue the fact that they didn't pick Tim May. They had the option of 2 front-line spinners in this squad. 275 for 7.
So 11 runs off the over. It was a good one for New Zealand. Runs off every ball, including that big 6. And so the 2 overs going. 2 overs left, and 300 might be on the cards.
Fourth 6 for Chris Harris, takes him to 129. Shane Thompson on 4 faces Shane Warne. Thompson quite happy to give the strike to Chris Harris. Chris Harris, who was let off in that last over, a long hop, hit straight to Ricky Ponting and straight through the hands.
He's very reliable. In fact, he's a wonderful fielder, Ricky Ponting. He's missed that one, just whether there was a problem with perhaps the darkness that's out there, or the lights on that just might be starting to take over. Who knows? But he missed it.
That's New Zealand's best score ever against Australia in a one-day international. New Zealand in the last World Cup beaten at the semi-final stage after setting Pakistan a big target at Eden Park in Auckland. And Pakistan chased extremely well. Well, that smash by Shane Thompson lands on the white line, brings up the chalk.
Wonderful shot too from Shane Thompson, and my word, he's contributed very usefully to New Zealand in the latter parts of innings during this tournament. And he's a natural striker of the ball. Just gave himself a little bit of room. And that was a wonderful cover drive, and Mark Taylor there, well, he tried to stop it, but it beat him. And of course, raced away. 4 more. That's when New Zealand did play Pakistan at Eden Park. I think New Zealand got round about 267. That wasn't enough to defend. The question is round about 290, 300 going to be enough runs to defend? What do you think, Ian?
It's a hell of a lot to get chasing. So if Australia do get them, they will really have earned their victory. But it is a fast outfield. It's a good pitch. And it's a pitch that will suit the Australian batsmen, because there's a bit of bounce there, the ball comes on, but they are going to have to play at their best, and I think that New Zealand are going to have to contribute a bit. There's going to have to be some poor bowling or poor fielding involved.
You're not surrendering, Ian?
It's the one-hander, and Paul Rifle on this occasion has taken the catch. So Chris Harris really getting that one to within about 15 metres of the boundary with just one hand.
Well, it was a tired-looking shot, and it's probably acceptable at this stage of the innings. So Shane Warne picks up another wicket. Chris Harris coming down. Looks like he lost the grip of the bat there, got under it, had quite a lot of height on it, and really was a straightforward catch there for Rifle. So that's a wonderful innings from Chris Harris. 130, 124 deliveries, splattered with 6s and 4s, and really has helped New Zealand get to 282 with 1 over to go. New Zealand now 8 wickets down. Standing ovation. Wonderful performance there from Chris Harris. Well played.
Patel facing the first ball of the last over. New Zealand looking to pass 290, and Chris Harris, the century maker, finally falling to Shane Warne. Wrongen, and the hand just coming off the bat. Paul Rifle, a very safe outfielder, takes a well-judged catch. So McGrath being given a bit of a confidence boost, I think, by the captain, bringing him on for the last over. He's taken a bit of a pounding in this tournament. Probably needs a bit of a confidence boost.
So New Zealand will be pretty happy with the way they've handled Shane Warne. Okay, they've given away 2 wickets in the last couple of overs, but to actually get 52 runs from him, I think, has been quite decisive. So they've handled him very well indeed. That's good bowling from McGrath at this stage of the innings. And really, it's a very difficult time to be bowling the last few overs, but you've got to pitch it straight and full with the theory that if the batsman misses, then you hit. And so really got to bowl full middle and leg stump, and if the batsman really runs away from the stumps to try and give himself some room, okay, you've got a chance of hitting the stumps. If he walks inside you and chips you for 4, it's bad luck.
So New Zealand and Australia playing here in Madras for the right to go to the semi-finals. That'll be a semi-final in Chandigarh, and there they'll come up against the West Indies, who've had a remarkable turnaround in this tournament, defeating South Africa in their quarter-final today, played in Karachi, having won their last 2 games after losing to Kenya. Just the question, as Deepak just stands there to see if he can get run out. I guess the question you've got to ask is, are the West Indies about to do a Pakistan? Pakistan in the last tournament played very poorly in the first half, scraped into the semi-final round, and then went on to win the tournament.
Here's some sudden death situation. Some of the very good teams are going to go out. South Africa, 5 convincing wins in the preliminary rounds, and they're gone.
That's a good finishing over from Glenn McGrath, and umpire Venkat is calling for the replay just to see if Shane Thompson was run out, but Deepak Patel looking a little disappointed that he didn't do more with that one.
It was a good over by the Australians, and to restrict New Zealand to 286 is not a bad effort. So I think we'll find Shane Thompson run out. Not that it matters at this stage of the innings or the game. Shane Thompson has given the red light, so he's run out. He was well fielded there by McGrath off his own bowling. Thompson short of his ground. But I think at the end of the day, New Zealand, having reached 286, will be reasonably satisfied with that. But they will realise that they're going to have to bowl and field very well indeed. But they've given themselves a wonderful chance here of putting Australia under pressure and maybe knocking themselves out of the competition. Not a great start for New Zealand. Spearman taking 15 off the first over, including some no balls, but then Astle and Spearman and Fleming got out pretty quickly. But the captain, Lee Jamon, played a wonderful innings for his 89. But the player of the innings today, Chris Harris there, 130, 6s and 4s, batted for a long, long time, really took the bowling by the scruff of the neck. 1 or 2 useful contributions there at the end from Perori and Thompson, but 286 for 9 and 50 overs will be pretty satisfying indeed for the New Zealanders.
And the bowlers, Glenn McGrath 2 for 50, a good final over from him, and Shane Warne 2 for 52, also picking up a couple of wickets late in the innings to help Australia's situation. At one stage it looked like New Zealand would get well over 300. Well, Australia require 287 runs at 5.74 per over. That's going to be a very difficult chase under lights. As Richard Hadley said, New Zealand have given themselves the chance in this match. This match being played in Madras, the last of the quarterfinals, and the winner goes through to meet the West Indies.
Captain and of course Mark Waugh. A lot depends on him. He's played superbly in this World Cup. He'll just be asked to play his normal game. And the captain, Mark Taylor, who in this World Cup so far has taken the initiative, and he's relieved any pressure that's brought to bear initially. allowing War to play his normal game, at times taking chances which have resulted in losing wickets.
So it'll be Nash to start for New Zealand. Just reminding you that Australia need 287 to win this quarter-final clash. And the prize at the end of the day, it's an appointment with the West Indies in Chandigarh. Very good batting pitch. The interesting thing will be to see how it reacts under lights. Whether there's a little bit of help there in the atmosphere or a little bit of help off the wicket later in the evening.
Yes, I don't think there's going to be much change. It's going to come onto the bat. This is Dion Nash. And straight away bang on target. A watchful tail or two. Just looking at the field that they've set for Nash. He's bowling right on over the wicket to a left-hander. They've got a slip in position and a gully, so those are the two close to the wicket fieldsman, and that's the offside field. 3 saving 1 plus a third man, and across on the onside just the 2 fieldsmen saving 1 just behind square, a wide mid-on, and in the distance there down at fine leg. That's well bowled. That swung a little bit.
Well, the bowlers certainly be inspired by what the batsmen have done. So often bowlers walk out there thinking, well, you haven't given us much to bowl at, fellas. Well, it's a different story here. 286. Dion Nash, just a young man. There's some good experience with Middlesex over the last English summer. Standing him in good stead for his job he has to do today. As senior bowler, because Morrison and Larson are missing, of course.
Yes, Dion Joseph Nash, a bit of a boffin seems to me. Educated is at Dargaville High, and then went on to Auckland Grammar and Otago University. Dargaville High is up in Northland. .286. The score made by the New Zealanders presents a pretty stiff task for Aussie. And if they keep bowling a line like that, then it's going to be even more difficult.
They look keen, New Zealand, so they should be too. With a real chance here of causing what would be a major upset in terms of the form books. Robert Kennedy on at fine leg. Just a young man. Quite nervous, I'm sure. Big occasion.
That one going square to gully, so another good delivery. Mark Taylor has had 94 matches so far, an average of 33 and a strike rate of just under 60. Scored to score a century in one-day internationals. And so far made scores of 659, 34 and 9 in the World Cup. Oh, he's gone for that one and missed it. They've all gone out, or should I say the bowler's gone out, got very excited. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden. No wicket, no runs.
So top start from Dion Nash. And plenty to think about for Mark Taylor and Mark Waugh. A very experienced combination. They're going to need all of that tonight, that's for sure.
Well, back in 1992, the New Zealanders opened the bowling with Deepak Patel. Warren Lees was the coach and was instrumental in bringing that about. That one beats the outside edge. And there he is again. New Zealand won that match. overseas record. Just 58 matches. Pretty expensive at 42 apiece. Kenyan born, played for Worcester. And the reason why it's a little different is because he bowls off spinners and he's bowling them with that shiny new ball. So, what is the reaction of Mark Waugh going to be? There's no slip, obviously, no forward short leg. They've got a short mid-wicket in and a very square gully, and he's been pulled in quite right. He's very deep at the moment. He's pulled in a little bit.
Can't get done on your leg. Can't get done on your leg.
So Patel to Mark Waugh.
Nice.
And straight away finding the gap. That ball running across this outfield beautifully. It really is quick.
Those factors are in Australia's favour, of course. Anything that beats the inner circle, especially in the first 15, is gone. And Patel really he has to be very careful about the line here.
Yes, if the Australians get off to a good start and get anywhere near, Michael Bevan in these conditions plays absolutely superbly. He's one of those players who tends to be able to find the gaps, who runs the run so fast, keeps the ball on the ground, and is a very good measurer of a required run rate towards the end of an innings. So Australia by no means out of this match. This is a very fast outfield, a good pitch, and it just seems to me that this is going to be pretty close.
The other thing, Tony, that will help the Australians is New Zealand did bat in the heat of the day, and we saw the effect it had on the likes of Harris and Jamon in terms of perspiration. It's a little bit cooler here tonight, and I feel that that'll help them when they're running between the wickets, the stamina side of things.
Yes, if it affected them, I'd hate to see what they were like when they were not affected, because they did play brilliantly. So I don't think I think it'll be a while before we'll see another partnership like that. It really was superb hitting.
How was it?
Patel going around the wicket to the left-hander. And of course, this is very different for openers. They don't often face a spinner with a new ball. But if Mark Taylor plays the way he's played so far this series, he's not about to let him bowl or dominate.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, and this could be out, and he's taken the ball. The throw was bad. There was an opportunity to get rid of Mark Waugh. He wanted one. Taylor sent him back. The throw came in. Patel had to jump for it and drag it down.
Almost the perfect start for New Zealand. They had an outside chance there. Astor was the fieldsman. Slightly better throw, and he was gone.
All ball, dude.
Yes, it's that big score creates that sort of urgency right from the word go. It may well be that we'll see a run out or two. Well bowled, only 3 runs off the over, the total 3 for none.
So good start from the New Zealand opening combination. Nash and Patel, very accurate. Of course, in the first 15 overs, only 2 men out. You've got to guard against too many boundaries, and that will be the challenge for them.
Two overs have been bowled so far, and the score is 3 without loss. Leon Nash, who bowled a maiden first over, he's bowling to Mark Waugh this time. That's a good delivery too, just a little bit of movement out. And he's got a slip there as well, just in case there's an outside edge. Slip in the gully. Pretty orthodox field, actually. So important, this man, to the cause of Australia. Things are going in this 1996 World Cup. Well, the favoured sides being knocked out. South Africa gone today to the West Indies. Could end up with New Zealand playing against Sri Lanka in the final.
Well, that'd be a bit of a turn up for the books. Not sure how the bookmakers would react to that. Certainly it's shaping up in terms of another bit of surprise here, I guess you'd have to say. New Zealand is always confident about beating Australia. Doesn't always turn out that way in all forms of sport. Certainly enjoyed a few victories we've had over the years, but they really have got a big chance here tonight.
Yes, perhaps it is just pertinent to point out the head-to-head tally so far, Australia versus New Zealand. 63 matches played so far. Australia have won 43 and New Zealand 17, 2-0 results. In India, of course, this is only the third match. Australia have won both the other two. And in World Cup competition, they've played 3 so far. Australia have won 2, New Zealand 1. So Australia have had a really good time against New Zealand. Straight away, a little bit of slipping out there. Harris perhaps just a little tired as opposed to the surface being slippery. He's still got a smile on his face, mind you.
He's a fairly effervescent character, Chris Harris. His teammates don't like rooming with him, Tony, because it's almost as if he's hyperactive, never sits still. And if you're trying to get any form of relaxation yourself, he's a bit of a pain in the neck, to be honest. But they won't mind that today.
He's been a pain in the neck to the Australians today. Well, that's well bowled. Just doing a little bit too much, slipping down the leg side, and the New Zealanders coming in there. 3 of them all at once, homing in on that ball. Just watch this.
They're keen. They've had the message from the captain, I'm sure, during the break, and the coach. This is our big chance. All it requires of 3.5 hours of very hard work, determined work, aggression, and we could be in business.
Got that one into the gap. No, that's well fielded too. They're throwing themselves at everything. Very well stopped. 2 runs off the over. 5 without loss.
Well, great start by the New Zealanders, really. 5 off 3 overs. The bowling has been tight, it's been accurate, the fielding aggressive. And I think they've got real confidence now that they can go on and do the job.
Look at this superb sunset in Madras. Played away into the gap. Will they come back for the second? Taylor touching down, and he's changed his mind. No, is the call, and so they settle for 1. The throw is good. Yes, Madras, a lovely spot, and particularly pretty at sunset. The climate here is pretty warm and quite a humid place too, but in the evenings it's very, very pleasant.
Bowled it! Bowled!
Just pushing that one away for a single. Yes, they've got a left-hander and a right-hander out there, which is obviously of some help. That doesn't allow the bowlers to settle down. And that's into the gap as well, but they've got a fieldsman back at square leg, so another single.
Well, I don't mind this, the New Zealanders, because there's almost 4 overs gone. They're yet to hit a boundary, Australia. So every tight over that can be bowled increases that asking rate, and it will go up very quickly. Such a tall order.
That's a nice placement again by Mark Waugh. He's obviously decided that they're going to try and get as many ones and twos as they can. Not going to do anything silly. They've got plenty of batting. What they need to do is simply get this innings moving. And have a look at the difference already. Mind you, New Zealand had lost 2 wickets at this stage and got 15 runs. Well, that's well bowled and well run too. Oh, and well, that one's knocked the stumps out of the ground, and the bails have gone flying miles. Could well have got a deflection here. Let's have another look at it.
Roger Twos here, just behind point. He's aggressive and on target. And as you say, Tony, it was quite fortunate. Something did go flying, but it was the bail.
So again, a tidy over from Patel. Oh, he's gone for that one. It was short, and really that should have gone to the fence. He's missed it, and that's the end of the over. 5 runs from it, 10 without loss.
So the man in shot, Mark Waugh, he really is a key figure. If Australia are to threaten this, he has to get a big one. New Zealand innings was made up really of only 2 sizable contributions, 89 and 130. And Australia, well, they've obviously set out on the deliberate approach, wickets in hand, and the charge at the end.
Taylor and Waugh with Ricky Ponting coming in at 3, then Steve Waugh, Law and Bevan. So plenty of batting there. Healy as well, and Tail can bat as well. 10 without loss. Ball screaming away again. They can't find the gaps at the moment. And Taylor getting that one off the meat of the bat, but straight to the fieldsman. He made 130 odd. It's a lovely soreness though. So I got the feeling he's not going to last the distance out there. Again, driven straight to the fieldsman at extra cover. And they've got to start finding the gaps.
Chris Harris might have some bad news in terms of getting off the park early, Tony, because as Captain Murray will say, could be your day. You might have a wee bit of a bowl as well. There's little medium paces, throws in the odd leg spinner, so his work may be far from done.
Going for that pull shot. Now he does play it pretty well. He's got out once or twice trying to get it away in that area, but once again that one going straight to the fielder. So I would have to say that so far the only problem really has been the Australians. While they've got a few away off the meat of the bat, they've hit them straight to fielders, and I suppose there are 2 arguments there. Either the captain's got his fieldsman in the right place, or the batsmen aren't finding the gaps. Perhaps a little bit of each. Shot. So Taylor just beginning to get a little impatient there.
He's struggling for timing, isn't he? The last 2 shots have been basically thick bottom edges. New Zealanders aren't quick. Dion Nash is really just a medium pace bowler, so he's not going to come onto the bat with the speed of the likes of McGrath. Just taking a little while to adjust to that, Mark Taylor.
That's a better shot into the gap this time. The outfield's quick, it's running away, won't get down to the fence though. That's well fielded. Well, that ball seemed to slow up very quickly. I don't know that he really timed it. Let's have another look.
Well, I just wonder if it's a sign of things to come. It's a bit hard to tell from up here whether there's a little bit of dew starting to fall on the ground. But that will have some effect on the outfield. It was lightning fast when New Zealand batted. But as you say, whether that just hit a thick patch of grass or whatever, but it did seem to pull up very quickly.
He loves that shot, and that'll go to the fence. That's a very quick section of the outfield, all the way to the fence for 4. 6 runs from the over, 16 without loss.
Well, a good finish to the over for Mark Taylor and Australia. Struggling there to get his timing going, but Nash gave him that short one just once too often. And you don't want to do that. He's very strong through the mid-wicket area off the back foot.
Oh, that's that thick grass down there. I can't believe those are flowers. I think those are specks of water perhaps beginning to gather. Or are they? Again, that one running quite quickly over the outfield, and it'll only, well, nicely cut off on the fence there, but that one running very well across the outfield.
Be a little bit careful here, Deepak Patel. I don't think there's many players in the world as strong off their pads as Mark Waugh is, and really that's just easy pickings for him. Dangerous line.
All bowled up.
Yes, that's well bowled. Stephen Waugh watching. He's due to come in at 4, and that one's played away towards mid-on, and nicely picked up.
So some anxious faces there. Michael Slater in the foreground, Stuart Law and Shane Lee. They look had enough, but I know they've got a job in front of them.
Go!
So Patel doing a good job here. Very tight into Mark Taylor, angling the ball in from quite wide out. It doesn't give him the opportunity to free the arms and play through the offside.
Oh, there's a big appeal there for caught behind. The umpire's going to give him. Yes, he's given him. Well, I don't know whether he started to go. There was a huge appeal, and just for a second I thought umpire Mitchley was walking away. Taylor is out.
Well, joy all around here, Deepak Patel. He's got a real bonus wicket here. That's a wide if he hasn't nicked it. He's given it a fair clip too. Is a good deflection and very well taken by Lee Jamon. He's having a great day. Taylor is gone for 10. Australia 19 for 1.
That's the last ball of the over. Ricky Thomas Ponting is the new batsman. He's out there fresh off 100 in Jaipur, where he made 102 off 112 deliveries. Cheer there for Deepak Patel. He's got that cheer because of this. This is the big nick down the leg side, and very nicely taken too. That was quite a big deflection. And watch Mitchley here, walks away, and then up goes the dreaded finger. And you see the deflection here, and nicely taken. And have a look at Deepak Patel. Just watch him here. Just watch his reaction. He watches it go. There's a nick. you little beauty. And he races down the wicket.
Yeah, the first impression was I think that's going to go for 4 or 6. That was the first look, and the second, I don't think you could believe it.
So he's calmed down. Off they go for a single, and oh! Well, the Kiwis aren't taking any backward steps out there.
Yeah, they're pumped up, aren't they, the Kiwi boys? I guess the ball's fair game, isn't it, for the bowler?
You can pick on someone his own side. Keep Ponting's off his side. Have a look at this. Well, you got just a gentle little nudge. And thereafter a little glare. So Ponting on strike. So 2 centuries already in just 21 matches and 4 50s. And strike rate, a good strike rate of 78 runs per 100 balls. In this World Cup he's made 6, 12, 33 and 102. If ever he was needed, now is the time. These two both very good players out there at the moment. He's got this ability to play so well off the back foot, Ricky Ponting. And that's well fielded again, just pushed around the bar as it were. He gets one. Good delivery again. That's a good length they're bowling at the moment. Anything short to Ponting and he'll put it out the ground.
That's a good length, just a little bit uppish too, the shot. And Harris, I think if he was operating on all cylinders, I think he'd have stopped that normally. He's struggling a wee bit. Just the bat just turning in the hand a wee bit there on Ricky Ponting.
Bang on target again. Oh, I've got to say that so far Dion Nash has bowled a beautiful line and length. Mark Waugh, 111 matches, an average of 37, and he really is the danger man. And if he bats through this innings, then Australia will win. Plenty of bounce on this pitch, the ball coming onto the bat nicely. There's no excuse for not scoring your runs quickly, except the tension. And that cannot be underestimated.
Chasing, setting up a total, which Australia do so well, is a different ball game to chasing one, especially one of this magnitude. Certainly the early loss of Mark Taylor didn't help, because that means a number of specialist batsmen are limited now. And still a long, long way to go.
Well, that's well fielded again, and in comes the throw, and that could have been so. Well, I tell you what, I've watched New Zealand field for a few years now. This is unbelievable. 2 runs off the over, 21 for 1.
So they're keen. Chris Harris was the fielder on that occasion, and Dion Nash, another tidy over. So Australia going at 3s. The problem for them is the early loss there of Mark Taylor.
The asking rate is now nudged up to 6.18. They're just going to have to keep the scoreboard ticking. They've got to get a run of ball. They're going to keep it up there. This is the last ball, last over.
Well, Chris Harris has probably done enough already, but it was a brilliant bit of fielding. I think Ponting was safely back.
You've got the man just behind square there as well. Patel is doing a good job too. The pressure is right on the Australians. And I think it's fair to say that this crowd is behind the New Zealanders. That's nicely driven down the ground, but the fieldsman's quite deep at mid-on.
I think in the big picture, Tony, the reason they're behind New Zealand is because they would rate, now that they're through to the semi-final stage, the Indians, they would probably rate Australia as the biggest opposition in terms of winning the World Cup. So if New Zealand could knock them out, big bonus for them.
And that one turned and bounced a bit.
It could have been 2 in a row here. Strangles down the leg side. It was very close to the bat.
This is good bowling. Well, that's the over so far, and it's been a good one. Oh, and again, he got a hand on that one. 3 runs from the over, 24 for 1.
So the run rate already above 6, the asking rate for Australia, and it's hard to do at the best of times, let alone with 42 overs remaining. So they really do have to be at their very best.
Well, that's the situation after 8 overs. A little earlier we showed you the run scorer's bat. A pretty special bit of memorabilia. An outside off stump. Meanwhile, the tension is building here in Madras in this quarter-final of the World Cup. New Zealanders are bowling very well. Oh, and he's hit that one beautifully. Anything short is going to be dispatched by Ponting. That's his first boundary.
So a very quick eye, Ricky Ponting, and he is very strong off the back foot through this area. So Nash just dropping a little bit too short. Ponting seizes on that and smashes it over the top for 4. So and therefore New Zealanders, they really have to be on the mark. They have by and large been very accurate to this point, but anything remotely loose on this pitch with this batting lineup is going to go.
That's the first loose ball he's bowled, really. Oh, and that one, an attempted Yorker. I've seen Ponting go down a few times like that. The ball's pitched up on the leg side.
They haven't been brought to their knees just yet, Australia. So Ricky Ponting really overbalancing, trying to whip that away through square leg. Front foot goes from underneath him and down he goes.
So, just 1 ball to go in this over. The Australians being picked back at the moment. They're chasing a big total. Straight to mid-off. 28 for 1. Well, there it is, 28 for 1 at the moment. 9 overs have been bowled. Patel is going to continue. And that one played away just behind square. And once again, a shy at the stumps down the non-strikers. In the commentary box now, it's going to be Grant Nesbitt, and with him is Richie Bennett.
Thank you, Tony. Well, New Zealand have been very innovative in this game, shuffling the batting order round with the likes of Lee Jamon and Chris Harris batting higher than normal, and now Deepak Patel opening the bowling. Oh, that's beautifully played. 4 runs.
This will be wonderful experience for Ricky Ponting if he makes runs with Mark Waugh at the other end. Beautiful stroke. That was the top spinner. Patel has been turning the ball just enough to beat the bat, but that one went straight on.
Looking for a second, but not going. The fielding has been very keen, and that was Dion Nash. So they certainly look pumped up, the New Zealanders.
Good fast flat throw.
Of course, the effect of having the spinner on in the first 15 overs, they get to that 15 over mark very quickly. Another dive, and this time they will get 2. Nash has quite a bit of ground to make. 7 runs came from that over by Patel, and it's 35 for 1.
We're heading to a nail-biting finish.
The stakes could not be higher.
Every goal, every point, and every match counts for more.
Fernandez! He's a special player.
When the spots among Europe's best come knocking at the door. Watch Manchester United, Chelsea, Leicester City, and Wolverhampton Wanderers as they battle it out for a top 4 finish. Hero presents the coverage of Tottenham Hotspur versus Leicester City, live only on Star Sports Select and Disney Plus Hotstar.
Hero Motocar presents the Premier League coverage on Star Sports Select in association with Amul, the taste of India.
This is Cricket Connected. Let's have a look at what's trending on social media. What our favorite cricketers are up to and where are they?
Stay connected with what your favorite cricketers are up to only on Cricket Connected every Saturday and Sunday at 7 and 9 p.m. only on the Star Sports Network and Disney Plus Hotstar.
Why beat one opponent when you can beat 2? 3 teams.
That's big. That's massive.
2 halves.
1 match.
Bowling. He's got one.
A format
You have never seen before.
What? I have never seen Marcus Bain.
like literally you've never seen it before. It's new.
And the last batter
Stands. This format. Who thought of the rule?
Watch the Solidarity Cup on 18th July at 2 p.m. live on the Star Sports Network and Disney Plus Hotstar.
This broadcast is co-presented by Britannia NutriChoice and My 11 Circle.
चैंपियंस वही बनते हैं जो वर्ल्ड के चैंपियंस को टक्कर देते हैं। PolicyBazaar.com presents India versus the World 9 से 31 जुलाई सुबह 11 बजे सिर्फ स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
This program is brought to you in association with the new 2020 Desire and Airtel Platinum.
So there's the comparison after 10 overs. New Zealand had lost 3 wickets. And Lee Jamon is making his first bowling change now. Dion Nash comes out and Chris Cairns comes in. Well, it's beautifully chipped away off his pads by Mark Waugh. And my word, that ball has pulled up very quickly again in the outfield.
I think we can say, even from this distance, that there's a very heavy dew out there, maybe partly induced by being close to the sea, and also the lights are on. But on both sides of the ground now, the outfield is slowed, particularly within 20-25 metres of the boundary.
Well played again, and he's going to go for the second, and he makes it. Well, does he make it? It looked as though he did. And the umpire is going to the third umpire just to confirm that, which you can normally tell by looking at the fielding side.
Mark Waugh really had to motor at the end there because the thrower was coming around, picking it up on his good hand and let it go very, very quickly. He's okay, but the question may be, in scrambling for that run, did he do any damage to a groin muscle? Just seemed to grab it as he went through there and came back past the umpire. There didn't seem to be any real discomfort there.
Comfortably home, so he should get the green light.
I think the umpire was right the first time when he decided not to bother. So he was in by the width of popping crease to bowling crease.
Again, so staying on the pads, and this time another single.
The other aspect of the dew out there, we've seen 3 players slip so far. One was Ponting in playing a stroke, and the other 2 were fielders who were going for the ball. Nothing serious, but just enough to indicate that the infield as well as the outfield might be just a little damp.
Huge target for Australia, 287 they need after New Zealand. 286 for 9, Harris 130, Jumon 89. Tremendous partnership between those 2 players. Flips it beautifully. That one slow. 4 runs.
Gee, it did slow up out there. It was hit with tremendous power and timing by Ricky Ponting, who's up on his toes playing the stroke. But the damp in the outfield certainly dragged it back. That's a nice shot.
Good over for Australia, 9 runs scored, 44 for 1.
Chris Cairns will play a big part in tonight's activities. Didn't do a great deal with the bat, but he didn't have much chance either because most of that work was done by Jumon and Harris in that wonderful partnership. A lot of imagination went into it, a lot of courage and some brilliant hitting as well. No gender bias with camera persons, I'm very pleased to see that. The Indian team deserves to be loved, having beaten Pakistan in Bangalore.
Australian run rate at exactly 4 at the moment, and Lee Jumon making another change. Now this will be interesting because Chris Harris batted for a very long time and he was showing signs of wear and has been while he's been fielding. But now it's his opportunity to bowl.
Well, I haven't seen Chris bowl for some time, but I understand he's changed his style.
Yes, he has. He runs his hand over the top now and bowls quick leg breaks. And bowls them pretty well too. Used to bowl in duckers.
We saw one bowler in the Indian side, Prasad, who was bowling leg cutters all the time, even when he bowled a slow ball. And then we had Salim Malik, who came on bowl with a quicker arm action, a slower delivery of the ball. Now it's Chris Harris.
Certainly cut his pace down a wee bit, Chris Harris. A bit lucky to get away with that. The third man is inside the circle. Chris Harris is just one of many options that Lee Jamon has available to him. Other players like Astle and Twos can bowl. And that's well run.
Hard one.
He looks to be suffering a bit, Chris Harris.
These little slow medium paces are quite difficult to pick up sometimes. Harris will have a change of pace as well as his normal delivery.
He's getting through very slowly. New Zealand have a number of these type of bowlers. Astle, slow medium. Twos is slow medium.
It's as though every muscle is aching, but it'll be a delightful ache after the century made.
Go!
And that's not a bad first over from Chris Harris, 45 for 1.
It's a good move from Jamon to get him on early. He's suffering a bit of muscle fatigue, and if there's any thought that he might cramp up later, be better off to bowl him whatever he's going to bowl. If they've set him to bowl 10, or if it's only going to be 5 to share with someone else, then he'll be able to get through in one go.
Australian captain, the man out, caught down the leg side by Lee Jamon. 242 more they need. 287 is the overall target. James was quite expensive in his first over. Nine runs off his first effort. Chris Cairns, not much joy with the bat, came in around about the 40th over, needing to go for it straight away. It's in the air, but it's away from the field. Lobs it away down towards long on. And they get a couple for that.
Just on him a little bit quickly. First time Chris Cairns has bowled anything short. Wasn't above the shoulder, so there's no call from the umpire. That final total of 286 for New Zealand came in stages. The biggest stage was when Jamon and Harris were thrashing the Australians all around the ground. 89 and 130 they made, and there's nothing else on the scorecard. 13, 11, 11, and then single figure scores, but 286 they got to.
Flicked away nicely, and that beats the fieldsman down at fine leg. Very good shot, and 4 runs.
Ponting will have noted that the deep fine leg is very square, and he's played that just right. Just got it away fine. The man is round probably about 45 degrees. Bowling figures for the Australians in a scorecard like 286, you wouldn't expect anything very good, and you don't get it either. Rifle 1 for 38, Fleming 1 for 20, and McGrath and Mark Waugh.
No ball, and hammered into the covers by Ponting. So Cairns will go back and do it all over again.
Once again, the placement wasn't there. The stroke was beautiful to watch, but no runs. Yes, those Australian bowlers took a real hammering out there today. Strokes just like the one Ponting played there.
Well, we'll have to get back quickly, and he does. Sent back by Mark Waugh.
Paul Rifle was the one who started off with 4 overs for 38 for the Australians, and they never quite recovered. Mark Waugh 1 for 43. Shane Warne 2 for 52. I've seen him bowl better than he did today. Looked to say he's feeling his finger a little. Bevan 1 for 52 from 10 overs.
Beautiful shot. Hit straight and down to the fence. 12 off the over, and Australia 57 for 1.
Good so far, Ricky Ponting. I mentioned earlier that he'll appreciate batting with Mark Waugh. Always nice if you're in a situation like this to have a really experienced player at the other end, someone who can play the ball late and show you precisely what should be done.
Ricky Ponting looks to be in very good form as we start the 14th over. Beautiful shot, this last ball of the previous over. Just stood his ground and smacked it back over Cairns' head.
Hold, Harry!
A lot of encouragement coming from Lee Jamon, as it always does.
He has changed his style a little, Chris Harris, but not all that much. Most of it seems to be with a quickish arm action, not unlike Salim Malik. Quick arm action, ball coming out slower, rolling the fingers over the top of the ball, and they're more seamers than spinners here tonight.
Well, they started very well. 1.4 overs so far.
He does have a problem. I think he's cramped up. Not surprised after the problems he had when batting. He didn't have many problems with the Australian bowlers, but he was cramping up towards the end and having to have water brought out to him, if not every ball, then certainly every over, and that looks very painful.
Well, he may not be able to complete this over. That previous delivery was a no ball, which means that he's got 2 left in the over. Seemed to get rid of that one all right, Chris Harris, although he's wandering rather gingerly back to his bowling mark again.
The batting and general movement when you're at the crease make 100 is enough, but the running between the wickets is something that can cramp you up.
Hold, Harry!
Pretty tidy over, all things considered. It's 59 for 1.
sometimes you can get through a cramp period. He certainly should have some water. If he needed water while he was batting and cramping, then I would think the same applies now. Unusual if the team physio were not to bring out some sort of salts-based drink that will assist him. In the meantime, he'll do all his stretching and pulling exercises to try and get rid of the cramp.
"14 overs gone, 59 for one. The ultimate target for Australia, 287. And Lee Jamon gave Chris Cairns 2 overs. They were too expensive for his liking, and he's gone now to Shane Thompson. Well, Shane Thompson's been pretty tidy so far at this tournament without taking a lot of wickets. Former medium pace bowler Shane Thompson. He's only turned to off spinning in the last 2 or 3 seasons. You won't see him giving the ball too much air.
Ball, Tom! Good night. Good, Tommy! Good there!
Well bowled. They'll get a single for it, but it beat Mark Waugh in the flight. He was on his way down to drive, and Thompson just held it back a little.
The shot was in the air for just a moment. Thompson's eyes would have lit up. Another single taken by Ricky Ponting. The New Zealanders have got through this first 15 overs very quickly. They've used a number of bowlers. They'll look for a second here, and they'll come back quite comfortably in the finish. That's well run. And that's the end of Thompson's over. End of 15 now, 63 for one.
Chris Harris is going to keep going despite the cramp and various leg problems.
So there's the comparison after 15 overs. New Zealand well ahead there, but of course they'd lost 2 extra wickets. The asking rate for Australia is now 6.4, and they have to maintain that for 35 overs. Chris Harris is going to continue despite the problems that he had in the previous over. Looks as though he's run himself through that area of cramping. Problem arose when he was batting late in his innings. But it's been a pretty tidy effort so far from New Zealand to restrict Australia to 63.
With the 15 overs being bowled, There are only 4 inside the fielding circle now, one of them at short fine leg, just inside the circle. Then there's another at mid-wicket, leaving the gap through mid-on. Rather an inviting gap too, and left quite deliberately by Jamon.
Ponting comes charging back, looking for a second, but you wouldn't want to do that with Chris Cairns. He's got a magnificent arm.
And the last people in the world who'd want to do it with. Chris Cairns is flat and hard with his throw. Dion Nash is another one. Good, strong arm.
Ball, Harry!
Often the way with fast bowlers, isn't it? Great throwers of the ball.
Used to be the thing that they'd field down on the boundary all the time. That seems to have changed a little now. A lot who are good close to the wicket, and in limited overs cricket they must be able to field everywhere.
Eased away for an easy single, and the misfield. It's going to cost New Zealand a run. A lapse in concentration. Adam Perori out there, I think it is. Didn't appear to be much wrong with the bounce. He just left it behind. Perori's got some more work to do here, and that ball stopped. Perori was heading out to pick it up near the boundary rope, and he completely misjudged it because it stopped dead.
Those viewers who've just joined us may have missed what we were talking about with the dew on the ground. Quite a heavy dew. We're close to the sea here, and the lights have an effect as well.
Eased away down to long on by Mark Waugh, and that completes the over. 6 off it from Harris, 69 for 1.
Mark Waugh and Ricky Ponting, 2 men out there for Australia. Ponting is a young gun in Australian cricket. Made 100 in this World Cup competition against the West Indies, and a good one it was too. Mark Waugh, very experienced player. He's just gone along very quietly so far out there. So I think with the aim of batting right through if at all possible.
.69 for 1 after 16. A lot of liquid going out onto the field for both the fieldsman and the batsman. It's obviously still very warm, humid. These two have put together a 50 partnership for Australia. Lee Jamon being very precise about his field placings here in conjunction with Thompson. Thompson about to bowl the 17th over. And there's almost always a run down to the man at long on.
The overs have gone very quickly. We're now into the 17th. And that partnership between these two players, Mark Waugh and Ponting, has one significant feature.
Tom.
It's taken 63 balls for the 50 runs, but it came up in 39 minutes. Which is an indication of just how quickly New Zealand got through that first bunch of overs.
Oh, that was supposed to go on the leg side and finished up with the man at backward point.
The feeling it came off the back of the bat.
Ball, Tom.
Bowling pretty well here, Shane Thompson. Just varying his pace a little. And New Zealand is certainly hustling through the overs. That was held back a little. Fieldsmen coming in very quickly, they'll have to. They thought about the second. Good work from Robert Kennedy, the youngster, who's the 12th man for New Zealand today. He's out there because Stephen Fleming's not fielding.
The German was applauding the fielding, but he resisted the temptation to clap the throw.
Ooh, gave himself a bit of room. 2 runs off the over, 71 for 1. Chris Harris to bowl again for New Zealand, 71 for 1. And another single easily taken. Time for a change in the commentary now. Ian Chappell with Sir Richard Hadley.
Thanks, Grant. Pretty courageous performance from Chris Harris. He's done a mammoth job with the bat. Made a brilliant save. And he's struggling on with the ball despite some cramp attacks. And I guess when it's your day, you try and make the most of it.
It is very important from New Zealand's point of view that he stays out there and gets through as many of the 10 overs as possible. Well, clearly his change of pace out there, or lack of pace, is a big advantage to New Zealand at the moment.
He's certainly in the wars at the moment, Chris Harris. He's having to do a bit of everything, even block the ball, the return from the fieldsman.
It'll be a game for him to remember, along with all New Zealanders, if they can pull off this victory. But there's a lot of cricket to be played, and Australia are going along quite comfortably at the moment. They have 9 wickets in hand. That run rate is satisfactory, so there is a launching pad for them.
Oh! Wild arrow!
Yes, the Australians have a long batting lineup, and they will believe that if they can get away to a pretty steady start, as long as they can keep some wickets in hand, that they can finish pretty strongly. But whilst they're doing that, they won't want to let the run rate just climb and get out of hand. Well done. Good change of pace there from Chris Harris. It's 73 for 1. Well, the Australians with the big job ahead of them after the drinks break. They've lost Mark Taylor in the chase. That was well taken by Lee Jamon, who's also having a very good day. Day and night. He batted well in the afternoon, and that was an excellent take off the bowling of Deepak Patel.
Interesting thing with that dismissal, had he not got any bat on it, it may well have been a wider delivery by the umpire, Cyril Midgley. However, it was an important wicket for New Zealand to get, that of the Australian captain Mark Taylor. Only 19 runs on the board. But it's Ricky Ponting and Mark Waugh going on quite nicely, 4 runs and over. But that run rate is well over 6. And so it looks as though that these two players are really going to have to look to force it along a little bit, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to take risks. You're just pushing it around for 1s and 2s. The odd boundary will come, and New Zealand quite clearly could be looking for a nice breakthrough.
Tom!
Ponting very quick between the wickets.
Yes, Ricky Ponting and Dean Jones would be an interesting combination between the wickets. There wouldn't be too fast a men around, would there?
Well, I think I'd back Michael Bevan against all of them at the moment. He's very quick. New Zealand don't want to fall into the trap of getting so carried away with containment that they forget to try and take wickets. The best way to keep pushing this run rate up is to get new batsmen at the crease. That always has a tendency to slow the scoring. It's 80 for 1.
So Mark Waugh and Ricky Ponting have been out there for some time now. They should be used to the conditions. Obviously it's a little bit fresh out there in the outfield with the dew. And two of the players in the outfield will slip around a bit. Maybe the pitch will freshen up as well.
Excellent shot from Mark Waugh. He's found the gap. Even though the ball is slowing down as it gets near the rope, that one still managed to cross the boundary line.
Mark Waugh is very much the danger player from New Zealand's point of view. If New Zealand are going to secure a victory here, they must not only keep Mark Waugh in check, but eventually get him out. But he's been a wonderful form in this competition, already with 2 centuries, also back up 76 not out. He's obviously a key player. And looks to be in pretty good control, very calm.
Mark Waugh has now gone past 400 in this tournament. He joins Sachin Tendulkar in that regard. Tendulkar, the first man to pass 400 in this World Cup.
Ball, Harry!
An interesting point, Ian, about New Zealand still trying to get wickets. And I don't think New Zealand can afford to have too many glory type deliveries. You've still got to keep it fairly tight. And where possible, try and frustrate the batsmen, deny them the big shots, and maybe through that frustration the batsmen hit across the line, do something stupid. I think we did see Chris Cairns literally trying to get wickets, and it cost him 21, 22 runs from those 2 overs. He didn't quite get his line or length right.
Looks like every step is an effort for Chris Harris. Lee Jamon earlier on was also struggling a little bit, but he's battling on as well.
Cut!
It's good over. It's 84 for 1.
Chris Cairns doing a very good job. Chris Harris, rather, doing a very good job there for New Zealand. He is struggling. He's really having to dig deep out there. He's no doubt very energy sapped, perspired a lot. Something maybe a little bit from cramp, but he's trying very hard.
Well, that's a pretty big task. Just over 200 from 30 overs. That means some very consistent high-scoring overs.
Catch!
And shouts of catch it. There's a man out there, and he's taken the catch. Well, that's an important wicket for Shane Thompson. That was Robert Kennedy taking the catch.
Yes, it's come at the right time for New Zealand because Ricky Ponting was starting to look a little bit dangerous, sweeping. And with the spin, got under it. Of course, the man stationed back there, Kennedy had to make a few yards to his right, took it lay down, and that's a very good catch indeed, and a very important breakthrough there for New Zealand. Ricky Ponting, he'll be disappointing because he played nicely for his 31 and 43 deliveries. But Shane Thompson, he too would be delighted. The second wicket falls with 84 on the board.
Well, this game of cricket is full of surprises, and Australia's captain Mark Taylor has just pulled a big surprise. Shane Warne is the man who's come to the crease, with Australia having lost the second wicket with a total of 84. Shane Warne hasn't scored a run yet in this tournament. He is a good hitter. He hits well against spin, and maybe that's the reason why he's out there, just to try and give the innings a bit of a boost, a quick boost, and not lose a batsman in trying to boost that run rate. It's a gamble.
Shane Warne's intentions are quite clear, Ian, and that's to give it a bit of a go. He's missed it, and there was a bye on that occasion, as we see the wicket of Ricky Ponting, which was a good one, an important one from New Zealand's point of view. 20 overs on the board, and it's a nice catch too, taken by the substitute fielder, Robert Kennedy. If you talk about a gamble therein, well, New Zealand have gambled today, and nearly everything they've done has paid off. And you look at Lee Jamon promoting himself in the order to number 3. So dismissal of Ponting again. Chris Harris promoted in the order, he gets 130. Japak Patel's opened the bowling and got a wicket. It looks of Australia too are trying to do something a little bit different, try and take the opposition unawares. It is a gamble, it's paid off for New Zealand. The question is, will it pay off for Australia, or is it a panic situation?
Stop it, boys, let's take it. Catch!
Shouts of catch and dropped. It was a very good attempt. The ball was hit flat, and Warne almost run out in the ensuing scramble. That was a very good attempt.
Well, we're going to see some exciting cricket. It's do or die, something's going to happen, runs or wickets. It sort of reminds me almost of a Martin Snedden catch at the Melbourne Cricket Ground off one Greg Chappell some years ago. It was a magnificent catch of Snedden's that was disallowed on that occasion, but Dion Nash made a very good effort. And had he taken that, it would have been quite sensational.
It's 89 for 2. Mark Waugh on strike. Mark Waugh doing what he's got to do, which is continue to bat normally.
He's played nicely in this tournament, Mark Waugh. One of the big problems for Australia, of course, is that outside Steve Waugh, who's also batted quite nicely, the middle order of the Australian batting hasn't really had a great deal of success, and all of a sudden they could be exposed to where they need 7, 8, 9 runs and over, and under real pressure without being really tested.
That was a pretty juicy full toss there. Chris Harris just wiping his hand in the dirt. Looks as though the perspiration might have got the better of him there, and the ball has slipped out of his hand.
It's also a little bit dewy out there as well. We have seen one or two fielders slip and slide a little bit, and one or two of the batsmen have ended up on their backside as well. But an interesting contest out here at the moment. New Zealand, I think they have a slight advantage.
No ball being called there by umpire Mitchley. It's well hit, but man out at deep backward square is Chris Cairns.
This over's been a bit of a mixed bag from Chris Harris. He's bowled some very handy overs indeed. This will be his most expensive over. He's still doing a pretty good job.
In the context of this match, and there's another misfield. There's been a couple out there. Dion Nash, the offender on both occasions.
Well, New Zealand can't afford to let their standards drop. They've started so well, they've got the runs on the board, they've bowled generally very tidily indeed and started off fielding quite superbly. Just 1 or 2 mistakes creeping in now.
Yes, in the context of this match, if Chris Harris can bowl his overs at an economy rate of 4, which is what he's currently doing, then that would be another important contribution for New Zealand.
Jules Harry!
It's 98 for 2.
So 9 runs coming from that over. Chris Harris still doing a very good job. I think we'd like to get the next 4 overs out of the way, and then that he'll probably leave the field for a well-earned break. There could be a limitation in the field with his leg injury, and maybe have a hand injury as well.
Two overs have been bowled. Australia 98 for 2, requiring a further 189 for victory, with 8 wickets in hand. That'll be a wide. Umpire Venkatragavan.
And this could be a very interesting over indeed, because Shane Warne is looking to get that ball to the boundary. He's going to heave at everything, and if it comes off, okay, it'll certainly help Australia's cause. We tend to think when you're going to take risks and play like that, there's a good chance of getting out for not too many. So New Zealand must be aware that the ball's going to go up in the air and somebody's going to have to catch it.
He's going the one way, which is to the onside. This time he's cleared the boundary.
And you can't catch it over the boundary. And so the promotion of Shane Warne has paid some sort of early dividends for Australian scores. And he really did strike that one very nicely indeed. So he's going to go down on one knee, and I tend to think the ball, he's going to try and get it in that quarter for maybe 5-6 balls in the over. So that's the only shot he's got, Ian, is it?
And that one's gone as well. No, it's the one that he practices the most, Richard.
He's probably practiced it to very good effect, because it's gone over in the same place on consecutive occasions. So Shane Thompson dragging that one down, so that wasn't very good bowling from Thompson. And Shane Warne more than equal to the occasion, so he's picked up 12 and 2 deliveries, so that just increases the momentum and the run rate. So I tend to think that Shane Thompson should give the ball just a little bit of air. Puts a little bit wide of off stump, and see whether Shane Warne is prepared to fetch it and try and get it over to the mid-wicket area, or whether he's good enough to go through the offside. And with a little bit of spin that Thompson has got as well, there's a chance of going through the gate, or maybe forcing Shane Warne into miscuing the delivery. There's a bit of cat and mouse going on out there. Shane Warne's winning that little battle at the moment.
It's sensible batting. That one was pushed through by Shane Thompson, and Warne deciding not to try and drag that one from outside off stump over mid-wicket.
Odds on he would have had a go at that.
Bowler just about tripping over Shane Warne there. So this has been a good over for Australia.
The last 2 overs have been good ones for Australia. 9 coming off Harris's last over, and already 15 from this one.
Nash is right back on the rope mid-wicket. That's the last thing they need, is a run out. Especially not if it's going to be Mark Waugh that goes down.
So this might make Lee Jamon think a little bit now and bring about another bowling change.
16 runs off that over. It's 114 for 2.
So 2 very good overs there for the Australians. And Lee Jamon has 1 or 2 little problems. And he rings the changes, which brings on another seamer. We'll see whether Shane Warne can hit the quicker bowler. Maybe someone like Chris Cairns could come on, have another bit of a go.
Shane Warne has very quickly moved to 21. Mark Waugh is on 46. And Jamon has countered this attack by bringing the faster bowler, Chris Cairns, on. Shane Warne has immediately called Jason Gillespie onto the field to get the helmet with the grill. And that's what Australia need. 173 from 27 overs.
Good move this, bringing Chris Cairns back into the attack. Very expensive in his first couple of overs. And for around about 21, 22 in the first 2 overs that he bowled, he was taken out of the attack. But he should be fresh, he should be keen to go. And it'll be interesting to see whether Shane Warne can play just as positively against the quicker bowler as he did to Shane Thompson.
Straight up, mid on, Deepak Patel. And he's dropped it. He never ever looked all that confident underneath it.
He'll have an absolute nightmare with Deepak Patel. The move has worked. It's tempted Shane Warne into still to try and hit the board. He got straight under it. He was up there a long time, and Deepak Patel got himself into position, took it too low down. Should have taken it a bit higher than that, and it's just fallen out and he's grasped it. Well, I don't think he'll ever forget that for as long as he lives. It could be so crucial.
Bit of bounce on that occasion for Chris Cairns.
So the move to have Shane Warne elevate in the order has already paid some handsome dividends for Australia. In fact, he's got to 21, now 22, very quickly indeed. He's got the momentum going for Australia. And I'm sure Chris Cairns on that occasion felt, well, there's an easy wicket for me now. And he's been let down, unfortunately, by Deepak Patel. Only his 2nd game in the tournament. Well,
lovely placement there from Mark Waugh.
The experience of Mark Waugh, I think, is crucial from Australia's point of view. He's a man capable of batting a long, long time. If he bats the full 50 overs, he's going to have 100 and probably a big one. And we probably need to get to 130, 140 if Australia are to win this game, with some good supporting roles from other batsmen.
Oh, that's a panic throw.
So 1 or 2 standards. They're just dropping there from New Zealand's point of view. Chris Cairns, a little bit of frustration, a little bit of annoyance there. And the ball hit firmly into the ground. No chance of a run out or a catch there, really. No one really backing up.
Lovely hands. Mark Waugh guides the ball beautifully.
He plays the ball so late as well. And obviously watches the ball very closely. And just sort of moves into position so nicely and just waits for that ball to arrive, plays it very late and gets a very fine angle on it. It was well fielded at the end of the day, but it could have gone for 4.
Beautiful shot. There was no guiding of that one. 125 for 2.
So Nathan Astle bowling to Shane Warne. He's had a go at that one. He got it through the offside field. I think they'll come back for the 2nd here as well. They can just keep this scoreboard ticking over at around about 6.5 and over, so that at the end of the day they're not required to push it along too fast. Then it just could be that the Aussies will get up there. One way or the other, it'll be close. 43 runs off 25 balls is this partnership so far, so it's turned out to be a bit of a lift for the Aussies. This strategy that they've put in place is working so far, and another little team talk between the New Zealand captain and his bowler.
This looks like it concerns the man out on the boundary out at mid-wicket. Astle's obviously said that I can bowl it round about off stump if you like, and we'll bring the man in from the boundary, push another man out onto the offside.
There's this drop catch again. Have a look at this. That is a dreadful feeling. Oh, and that's out. Yes, he's gone. He's out. Trying to heave that one over mid-wicket as well. He really should have been trying to hit it straight. So Astle has struck. Another bowling change by the New Zealand captain has worked.
Yes, very straight. And Warne knew that man had come in too. The man at the mid-wicket boundary had been pulled in by Jamon. And Warne took him on, and he missed out. So away goes Shane Warne. Good little innings from him though. Did the job that he was sent out to do. He's out for 24. It's 127 for 3.
So Stephen Waugh is the new batsman, and he's got a mighty record. An average of 31, very good in situations like this if he gets going. Just got to get over those first few overs to get rid of a few of the nerves. And there's his career. He's replacing Shane Warne out there, who was trying to repeat one or two of his previous shots for 6 over mid-wicket. And he was absolutely plumb LBW.
Yes, well, I mentioned that Nathan Astle bowls pretty straight, and they don't come much straighter than that, and that's plumb.
Oh, that's a good shot. Very good shot from Stephen Waugh. I think the mid-on fieldsman there was surprised by the timing. He looked as if he had it covered for a second, and all of a sudden was gone. 131 for 3.
Terrific start by Steve Waugh. Beautiful timing in that shot. And this is a very important partnership for Australia. These two guys can get together for the next 10 or 15 overs. Australia have a real chance.
At the halfway mark, 131 for 3. Again, playing down to third man. I think that's where he's decided he's going to run him away to, and every now and again, if it's a bit short, he's going to flame through that area squarer. Nothing much in the comparison. New Zealand were marginally ahead there. That's what's required. But the all-important figure for the batting side is that one. It's dropped back. It was 6.6, so as a result of Shane Warne, they've brought that right back to 6.2. Again, played away nicely on the onside. The Waugh brothers out there. Can they do it again for Australia?
Just have a look at this for timing. This is the last ball of the previous over. Didn't put much effort into it, but it was beautifully timed. Remember, the outfield has slowed considerably in the last couple of hours, but it fairly rushed to the boundary.
Straight to mid-wicket, well fielded. Well, Grant, having packed your bag and checked out of the hotel, Have you made any sneaky phone calls to check back in and perhaps just see whether the airline prepared to change your booking?
I've packed it, I've unpacked it, I've repacked it. It's currently half-packed.
This one pretty full and just outside off stump. He hit the ground there. Puff of dust from the pitch, which is very hard. Mark Waugh, 57 of 71 balls. His role is to stay there. Someone's got to make 150 here. And he's got that one away, and that'll go into the gap as well. No, it won't. He's picked it up. That's good fielding. Back comes the throw. Perori getting to that one. They've got two fieldsmen, one square and one just behind, and no ball called as well, so you'd have to re-bowl this one. Pretty fierce looking character is Cairns when he comes screaming in. That was nicely picked up by Perori right on the rope. It's well bowled. Really is giving it his all, Chris Cairns. It's 135 for 3.
That wasn't a bad over from Chris Cairns, just the 4 runs off it. His first couple of overs were very expensive. There we are, 4 overs for 36. Similar sort of bowling figures to those that Paul Rifle had, although Rifle did get an early wicket.
Nathan Astle again got a wicket in his first over. Those nasty nagging little medium paces, enough to frighten anybody. Well, hit the stump as he's come past the stumps to bowl there. He just snicked him with his finger, which says one thing: he's getting close to the wickets.
Yes, he is. Look at that. New Zealand, of course, missing Gavin Larson in this game. He bowls a sort of similar nagging type of delivery.
Cool, ball, nose, ball.
The key to the New Zealand batting through this period, of course, was the huge partnership between Jamon and Harris. They really had a big partnership going, and that's what Australia need now from the Waugh brothers.
Played away to mid-on for one. He's beaten the bowler, and that'll go down to mid-on as well. So those singles keep coming. Quite a lot of New Zealanders here and Australians joined this huge Indian audience to watch this match. And it's nicely played. Another single. Yes, there's a group from Australia. There they are in their striped shirts. That's the Wide World of Sports group. They look as if they're not quite sure what to do at the moment. Very focused they are. Driven down the ground. So 5 runs from that over, not too bad. 140 for 3.
Yes, the Australians can go this way now for the next perhaps 10 overs or so, just milking 5 or 6 off and over. And if they've still got wickets in hand with 15 to go, They'll have put themselves in a very good position.
.27 overs, 140 for 3. Run rate again, just starting to creep up again. It's gone from 6.3 to 6.43 in the last 2 overs. And that one's gone on the onside. Try to play it away on the offside. The Mahabali Puram is just 58 kilometres down the road from Madras. Those of you who get the chance to visit these parts, that's definitely worth a visit. That's the Miraculous Boulder, which is actually stationary on a slope there. That's said to have some magnetic properties. Not the sort of boulder you want to stand downwind on.
No, with my sort of luck, it would start to move if I stood underneath it.
Four runs from that over, 144 for 3. And that's his 4th boundary.
Yes, magnificent shot by Waugh. Just picked out where the New Zealand fieldsmen weren't and just chipped it. And that's a lovely shot. Australia over halfway now to their target.
Yes, and that's the view now with the lights shining down on this stadium here in Madras. Bustling sort of city it is. Some nice, lovely wide roads, some good hotels as well. And once again, played away for a single. I think they're taking the view that if they pick up a 4 and 3 or 4 singles in the over, they'll be happy here as long as they don't lose any wickets now.
Well, there's plenty of singles available. And this is very good batting by these two. And that's the 150 up in the 29th over, and they've conceded another run. So that's slack play by the New Zealanders. Another run given away. And Lee Jamon, the New Zealand captain, not looking terribly happy about it all at the moment.
And he really needed to get a little bit on that one, but wide a single. So 6 runs plus that wide, that makes it 7 off this over so far. Just a bit of ban on that, and it would have gone to the boundary. They've got no one at fine leg on the fence. He's up quite close. That's well fielded.
Very sharp piece of fielding here by Nathan Astle. Steve Waugh already said yes. He was heading off for a run.
It's well played too, and it'll be cut off. Back for 2. So 10 runs from that over. Good one for Australia, 154 for 3.
Well, from New Zealand's point of view, they now need wickets, because if Australia can carry on at this rate, then they should haul in 287, even though it's an enormous task. And such a good batting wicket. And New Zealand, really, to get back into this game now, need wickets.
.54 for 3, and the umpire's just glaring a bit at Mark Waugh as he replenishes all of that lost fluid. You can see he's absolutely saturated, and this is one of the problems here. Energy sapping climate this is. It's very sticky out there, and he is losing plenty of moisture. You've got to keep pouring it back in, and umpire Mitchley seemed to me to be suggesting that perhaps should be just waiting for the drinks break. But I think that in weather like this, I really do think that the umpires should be a little bit more lenient, and they were too when the New Zealanders were batting. The batsmen on numerous occasions brought drinks. We come back for the second. They really have decided to run for almost everything. Oh, and they'll get another one. That's sloppy fielding.
Yes, that's a dreadful throw. I think it's Craig Spearman down at, yes it is, on the boundary, and it was a mile over the head of the keeper. He gets to the ball all right, picks it up nicely, and then throws a shocker. And Chris Harris does his best to stop it, and they get an extra run for it.
I can only think that must have been, the ball must have gathered some dampness on the outfield there. So wide it was of the wicketkeeper.
It's all looking very easy at the moment for the Australian batsmen. Containment really is not the answer for New Zealand at this point. They need to take wickets.
Yes, and he's placed that one pretty well too. They'll come back for the second, and he's going to have to stretch a little bit, but the throw's wide. Yes, this game at the moment is going through that little period where the Australians are feeling their way towards the total. There's nothing absolutely dramatic happening out there. That'll start happening just a little bit later. Strike rate of 85 so far, Mark Waugh, very acceptable.
Looking at those statistics, Mark Waugh, quite a low proportion of his runs and boundaries, which indicates that he's been prepared to work it into the gaps. You compare that with someone like Chris Harris and Lee Jamon, who had a lot of boundaries. Just have a look at Mark Waugh. There's his stats, in fact, don't they make marvellous reading?
I just wonder whether fitness is not going to be the telling point here. He looks to me to be exhausted.
Whoa, yes. Well done.
This is not a bad delivery from Patel, well flighted, and not at all timed by Steve Waugh.
Oh, well fielded. I can't believe that's Harris again. He's having an unbelievable match.
Well, what's happened this time for old Chris Harris? Magnificent stop. And now he's nursing a sore arm. Deepak Patel, the bowler, applauds, and why wouldn't he? That was a super stop again by Harris. What a day he's having.
Yes, the incredible thing about Harris was when he was batting, and he was out there for a long time doing a lot of running, I was very impressed that he was had the wherewithal to kick on. He's obviously suffering for it now, but he kept going and made a big 100. And that was the reason why they got such a big score. Now, the question is, will Mark Waugh do that? He's got to repeat the performance of Chris Harris. And he's beginning to feel the pinch out there as well. You can see that he's been bent in half a couple of times. And he's losing a lot of sweat out there too.
Mark Waugh, of course, spent 50 overs in the field, and now he's the opening batsman, so he's been in the game the whole time.
Come on, boys, keep working here. Come on now.
Ian Healy might have a job to do later. It's tough on an opening batsman sometimes, isn't it? He spends 50 overs out on the field, does a bit of bowling, and then is asked to bat pretty much through the innings. Play like Mark Waugh means that he's in the game for a long, long time. No wonder he's feeling the pinch.
That crash helmet wouldn't help either.
Good, Tom.
Well, he's one way or the other. Mark Waugh is going to really have to get a grip of himself out there and just make sure he keeps going. Otherwise, the Australians are out of the World Cup. We said that if there's still Stuart Law and Bevan to come, so there's a couple of fresh men there who are also very quick. But I want a few of those batsmen to come in the last 10 or 15 overs. Well, that's an incredible record as an opener. An average of 79. It really is an outstanding performance. Just one to go in this over. And it's gone back past the stumps. It won't get to the boundary. They'll come back for the second. Just a little stutter there from Waugh. 5 runs from that over. 166 for 3.
Guys, come on, keep working.
.166 for 3. It's going to be Patel to continue in the commentary box. Richie Benaud and Ian Smith.
Thanks, Tony.
Go!
The runs just recently have been coming much more easy fashion. You can have that sort of thing and chase for 287 into the 32nd over now. Deepak Patel is on. That's a big one. That has gone back many a row, if not many a mile.
Someone said before that he was running out of energy, Mark Waugh. Like he is. Doesn't show in this shot. It's a magnificent blow, and that's gone miles. So they need 6 and over. He can take it easy for the remainder of this one. He's done the damage early on.
Ian Smith made the spot on point a little earlier that a lot of times batsmen will get into a partnership and then all of a sudden do something silly, lose their wickets, and the whole tempo is destroyed. The very important thing for the Australians now is that these two batsmen keep on batting, because they look to me as though they're picking up 5 and 6 and over now, which will move it along very smoothly.
I think the other key statistic too, Richie, is experience, the experience factor. Stephen Waugh is up towards 200 one-day internationals. He's been in this situation before, and he's done it for Australia before.
There's a little bit of spin there. Deepak Patel, even when he opened the bowling with the shiny white ball, was getting it offline, and also his top spinners working.
Ball.
173 for 3.
So 18 overs remaining, 7 wickets in hand. That's the key really for Australia, and some fine players amongst those 7 wickets. Stuart Law, Michael Bevan, and let's not forget Ian Healy.
There are batsmen to come, but it does depend very much on these two. They're playing pretty well at the moment. Steve Waugh, if anything, will be a sobering influence on his slightly more flamboyant brother. Nicely placed. Placement has been a feature of the batting, both of them out there. Mark Waugh right from the start, and Steve Waugh in the short time he's been there. So Shane Thompson bowling. That's clever.
You've summed it up there, Richie. Clever is the word. It's been tremendous heady performance by Mark Waugh. A lot of great players around the world at the moment, but I don't think there's too many more sensible in this man.
Boys, come on now.
Once again, the placement to bring up the 50 stand between these two brothers. Just averaging 1 a ball at the moment, and they're doing it in, well, relative comfort. Can't be too comfortable with a big target like that. Once again, with nothing much wrong with the ball, but that was beautifully struck and perfectly placed.
Well, this is a magnificent cricket shot, really, because as you say, Richie, wasn't that bad a ball. It was a good line, wasn't a bad length, but he's thrashed that behind point. Look at the look on the captain's face, Jamon there.
And that's the target. Viewers who may just have joined us, that's what New Zealand did. They thrashed the Australians for 286 for 9 from the full 50 overs. 2 wonderful innings there from Jamon and from Chris Harris. Just take the single there. Yes, 3 quick wickets went. Spearman, Astle and Fleming. And then just a superb knock from the skipper, Lee Jamon. And Chris Harris was there. And the bowlers, well, they took a belting, as you might expect, with that scorecard. An even spread of wickets all the way down. 182 for 3.
So Thompson, he grabs the hat there and thinks that wasn't too bad an over. Still cost plenty. Drift down leg side, he bowled a pretty tidy line. The genius of Mark Waugh really took over.
For 3. Deepak Patel again. It's an all-spin attack at the moment. Thompson from the Pavilion end, Deepak Patel from the Indian Oil end.
He hasn't done a lot wrong today, Lee Jamon. I just wonder whether it might pay just to mix things up a wee bit now, having the spinners bowling at the same time. A lot of familiarity about that type of attack. And he does have a few options up his sleeve. Dion Nash, Roger too. Something different might just produce that wicket that he so badly needs.
Good work.
Very important to have a touch of experience out there. Ricky Ponting played very well in his short innings. He was just about runs for balls until he held out. Very good catch by Kennedy at deep square.
Come on! Yeah,
Now the shout is for deep square to come in quickly. There's a stumble and a fumble as well. Stumble came from Mark Waugh when he was trying to turn, and then the fumble. And then the mumble. We know because of injury that the New Zealand attack is depleted. Danny Morrison can't play, and Gavin Larson is out the side as well, and that's obviously a severe liability. In the light of that, Lee German has to come up with something out there.
Well, maybe a sign of things to come here, Richie. Just limbering up a wee bit, Roger Twos. Just a little chat to himself as well. And maybe there, a signal.
It's either that or he's trying to give the captain a message. It's another big hit. Long on and long off are pointing towards one another, but in fact they should be pointing up behind the side screen. Lovely shot. 192 for 3.
Earlier in the day, Chris Harris moved from 93 to 99 with a big 6 off Glenn McGrath. And an action replay here. Mark Waugh now on 99.
It's moved very smoothly and once or twice with a touch of violence to be within 1 of 100. In a very, very good innings. The way the card looks at the moment. Still to come, Stuart Law, who is a very good player. Michael Bevins, a brilliant left-hander. Then Ian Healy, his reputation in both test matches and limited overs internationals is very high, not just with the gloves, but as a batsman as well. 192 for 3. Now, 95 needed from 96 balls, and that is a perfect underlining of what these two have done, Mark Waugh and his brother Steve.
And another little milestone too, Richie, with that 6 mark. Waugh brought up 461 runs in this World Cup, and that now overtakes Sachin Tendulkar, who was previously 458.
It's interesting all the comparisons you get with players in various areas of the media, the print media and people who are writing about Tendulkar and Lara. Mark Waugh doesn't get much of a mention. He's regarded as being a graceful player, but he's very good. This to be Roger Toos. Well, either his signals got through or yours did, Ian.
Well, it's not a record to threaten in terms of the Waugh brothers. They've faced a lot better bowlers than Roger Toos over the years, but it is something different, and I think that was what was required from Lee Germont, and he needed to try some new options.
Ball, Tom!
It's the kind of desperate feeling you'll need. Shane Thompson is the man coming across from cover to extra cover, and that is the 6 that went straight down the ground, almost up to the Indian Oil sign.
Good, Susie!
It's very belligerent for a Warwickshire man turned New Zealander. Placement once again, but only the single. Now the clapping and the cheering and the chanting will start. Mike Waugh is on 99. Holding there again. Well, Toos is setting out just to get under Mike Waugh's skin if he can. Motioning to throw, standing there and glaring. Little movements to move the field. Can he persuade him to do something out of the ordinary? Not quite. And there is Mike Waugh's 100. One of his greatest. 194 for 3.
And a little clench of the fist, the signal to the dressing room. He's got plenty of hundreds in his career, Mark Waugh. But if he gets Australia home here, he'll have none more valuable than this one. And just a little come on there, a little chat to himself to say, come on, done well so far, but it's only a job half done.
.93 needed from 90 balls, now 194 for 3. Siobhan, the skipper and wicket-keeper, has plenty to occupy his mind out there. Mike Waugh has the strike. That rate up to 6.2 and over now. Chris Harris to bowl.
Every now and then you go the extra mile, don't you? You pay your extra dollar, your extra rupee to see something special. And every time Mark Waugh goes to the crease, millions of people do that. He's just a very, very special batsman, a very special all-round cricketer. And his brother's not too bad either. New Zealand, they just have to get one of these two back in the pavilion very quickly. If not one, then both.
Oh, Harry, get it, Harry! Yes, Harry!
Take the quick single, brings Mike Waugh onto strike. He's the first player ever to score 300s in a World Cup competition. It's his 8th one-day 100, his 5th as an opener. His second against New Zealand, both times opening. Once in Hamilton, way back in 1992-93.
Mickey and Chappell made a very good point about an hour and a half ago, Richie. He said that the New Zealand have to be a little bit careful. They've always got to be trying to take wickets. They don't want to gift Australia 4, 5, 6 and over. Otherwise they'll be content with that. And I think, whilst I'm not over-criticising Jamon's efforts today, I think he's just opened the door a little bit for them.
Spectacular, but they've still got 2. Yes, you can't say the key to it, but one of the keys to being in the field in limited overs cricket is to take wickets. You should be doing it in any class of cricket. And Ian Chappell was spot on when he mentioned that players of the calibre of the Wars will get away from you if you're not trying to get them out. Still plenty of opportunity for New Zealand. And the over 199 for 3.
So 14 remaining, and round 6 and over. Players of this calibre, that's not going to be a problem. So New Zealand have to do something just slightly different. Perhaps bring someone up inside the circle, tempt them to go over the top, maybe a miss it, maybe a catch. But New Zealand have to create something here rather than just sit back.
Come on, boys, 1 wicket. Come on now. Come on, keep going.
A couple of nervous players sitting just in front of the dressing room at the moment. Stuart Moore and Michael Bevan. They're lined up to come in if a wicket falls. Just take the single. Yeah, the point Ian Smith just made about Lee Jamon having to do something or needing to do something is right. You've got to try to induce an error from the batsman. 87 needed from 83 now. If you can't do that, then they will keep pushing the single. Might be a meeting of directors at the drinks break. Generally aren't too many captains around in a situation like this. There are quite often a number of skippers on the field if things are going particularly well. They don't come running when the opposite is the case.
Battling himself really, Mark Waugh. I think that's all he has to do. He has to battle his condition, because if he's there at the end, Australia will win. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So it's a personal battle, and the case of whether he can beat the fatigue.
What a shot. That was absolutely magnificent.
Sure was. You'll need to see a better shot than this, I don't think. Just a little shuffle of the feet, that's all, just a little shimmy. But the timing and the placement, that's just magnificent.
The problem Mark Waugh will have out there now is it's not quite like a marathon runner, but as you're batting out there and in conditions like this, you do hit some sort of a wall. And you do have to say to yourself, I've got to stay, I've got to be here. And they'll only get the 208 for 3. Make many runs, but it was good thinking to put him in there as being expendable, at the same time to pick up quick runs. You may have wondered why Mark Waugh was racing from the field. Well, I think we can say that it was to change his shirt. The other one was wringing wet. It's very humid here in Madras.
Certainly the mood at the second drinks break amongst the New Zealand camp wouldn't have been as good as it was at the first. And pick up at least a single here, Steve Waugh. Sometimes the problem that we find of drinks breaks is we see a replay of Ricky Ponting getting out. It's a very good catch too by Robert Kennedy in the deep. Sometimes a drinks break can upset a momentum. Things are going quite nicely for a batting side, and then all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 minutes without taking strike, and things can just change a little bit.
Good, Harry. Well done, mate.
The other thing, of course, is it came at a very valuable time for Mark Waugh. He was able to get off. This is the wicket of Shane Warne. I don't think even he will complain about that decision. Very straight.
Middle stump halfway up it would have been. Another 77 needed from 75. Fielded Still a single.
Well, this is the nearest we've come to a false shot from Mark Waugh for about 2 hours. Faultless display almost. And just got enough bat on that.
Would have produced a heart tremor or two in the dressing room as well.
Time.
When the Boers were having a chat at drinks, it would have been to say, okay, let's just keep going, don't do anything silly. Just got to keep pushing the ones and be here at the end.
Get over, Harry.
212 for 3.
So still just 6 and over really for Australia, and you can expect that there'll be the odd loose ball amongst that they can put to the fence. So they're doing it very nicely indeed. Chris Harris, magnificent effort earlier in the day. Will it all come to nothing? Great personal milestone, but they don't seem to mean as much if you don't win the match.
.75 needed from 72. They haven't actually got it down below. It's just above the number of balls, 75, 72, but they're not far away. Now then, this is the moment of truth coming up for Mark and Steve Waugh, and for Lee German, and for the bowler Dion Nash. This is not quite the last throw, but it's the most important one we've had for quite some time.
Nash was very, very tidy in his first spell, and used the new ball to good effect. Now with the old ball, you won't get the assistance, of course, of any movement in the air, but it has changed colour a little bit browner now than it was earlier on. But, I think this is, well, not quite the last throw of the dice, but it's getting towards that way. He's tried a lot of bowling options to break this partnership, Jamon, and none have worked to this point.
Well, it has now, and Mark Waugh will regret that.
We have changed. If this had been on target, the throw from Nash, the bowler, he was gone for all money, Stuart Law.
Just a few sorry mates going on out there at the moment. Not sure what Law said. 216 for 4. Only 6 wickets in hand now, Australia. And 71 needed from 67. .216 for 4 still. Of excitement out there at the moment. Australia behind New Zealand.
Ball. On, Harry.
Comparatively at the same time after 39 overs. Not by much, but just enough. And They need 71 from 65. Ian Chappell's in the commentary box now, and with him Sir Richard Happy.
Thanks, Richie. Yes, the game just swung again with the loss of Mark Waugh's wicket. I think exhaustion took over there. Mark Waugh looking for something big, 6s and 4s, rather than having to run. So that wicket has got New Zealand back into the game, and also it has had the effect of revitalising the New Zealand team. Lee Jamon at the moment just wandering down to talk to his bowler. I think Jamon is aware that he still needs another wicket or two.
Yes, the wicket he'd like to get is that of Steve Waugh, without doubt. Steve Waugh, a very talented player. He's one of the best all-rounders in world cricket today. And from New Zealand's point of view, if they can get rid of him, then they'll probably have a royal chance of victory here. The game's still delicately poised. One thing about it, we are seeing a wonderful game of cricket. Both teams very, very competitive. And it could go down to the wire. We tend to think that it's a question of pressure. Who responds to the pressure the best. And Australia have a wonderful record as far as that is concerned. New Zealand are going to have to dig deep.
Jamon trying to bring an extra man inside the circle to keep Stuart Law on strike. It's the right tactic. You can get 3 or 4 balls in a row at Stuart Law and just build some pressure. The pressure then starts to go on to Steve Waugh. Just hoping that he might get Steve Waugh to do something silly and toss his wicket away.
Well, both teams realise that it's do or die, it's sudden death. Whoever makes the most mistakes is going to pay a penalty. It's a question of who's the most hungry out there at the moment, as to where they can see their side through for victory.
Bold, Harry! Great stuff!
You must pay tribute to Chris Harris's determination out here today. He's been struggling right through the second innings with all sorts of aches and pains, but he really has dug deep and he's found something extra today.
Oh yes!
Once again, he's produced a dot ball. Terrific over. 218 for 4.
So Chris Harris will be looking forward to seeing the next 10 overs of this match to be well and truly over, because he's put in a wonderful, superb performance with the bat, with the ball, and he's fielded magnificently. And you look at commitment, it's all there. He's been a great example to his teammates. Hopefully he's inspired them all.
So Stuart Law, a very calm player, has with him Steve Waugh, who has the nickname Iceman. He got that more in his early days as a bowler at the end of an innings, particularly in the '87 World Cup when Australia won under Alan Border. He was nicknamed the Iceman for a couple of very good spells. He bowled at the death with teams chasing, but he does have a very good temperament with the bat.
So it all comes down to the last 10 overs and the last 50 minutes of play for both teams. And both teams will need to lift themselves. The contest is an extraordinary one. New Zealand been very, very competitive. The Australians are giving it a wonderful go. Still the 67 required from 58 deliveries. The odds against slightly in New Zealand's favour, and the fact that they've got the runs on the board. Australia's still got a bit of work to do to get them, but they've got those 6 wickets.
Nash is giving everything there in an attempt to stop the single. In his last over, he threw himself in an attempted run out. He's been called on to be the spearhead in the New Zealand attack because of the loss of Danny Morrison through injury. seem to recall in '87 World Cup, New Zealand and Australia had one very close battle. I think that was also quite a high-scoring game, Richard.
Yes, that game was at Indore, and I had a hunch that Australia won by 3 runs, and they might have won another game by about 16 or 17 runs. So 2 tight games.
Yes, I think the really close one was about 3 runs, and then I think the second game with New Zealand may well have been a rain-affected run chase, which was also was pretty tight.
Yes, on World Cup encounters, Australia do have a lead 2-1, so they won those 2 games in '87 against New Zealand. Of course, each team played each other twice on those occasions, and of course with the new format here, sometimes you avoid sides and put into 2 groups of 6. It may be that you don't meet a number of sides in the competition.
Deepak Patel at mid-wicket. I say it's been amazing how many times New Zealand do seem to have saved their best for Australia, not just in World Cup matches.
Trans-Tasman rivalry, not only in cricket, but you find it in all sports in. I don't know what it is really. I suppose it's like when England play rugby against Scotland, or there's 1 or 2 other teams play against each other. For some reason you dig a little bit deeper.
Be called a wide by umpire Venkat. Yes, some rivalries are a little more intense than others. We saw a very intense one in Bangalore, and such is the depth of despair when one of those contests is lost. I read in this morning's paper where a gentleman in Pakistan pulled out a machine gun and shot his television set to bits, and then sadly, quite tragically, then turned the gun on himself. You can't believe that anybody can take a sporting event quite that seriously.
Looking for 2, restricted to 1. Yes, that fellow must have been very upset. It was the ultimate price to pay, that is life, the fact that Pakistan lost that match. So at the end of the over, 224 for 4.
Well, we saw at the end of the New Zealand innings that things just slowed down a little bit. There has been a tendency for that to happen with the batting side in this World Cup. You get the feeling that maybe a couple of things. The ball perhaps gets a little soft. Pitches in this part of the world not quite coming on. And I think there must be some effect, the ball losing a lot of its colouring. Those things combined, it is difficult to really push on in the late overs. Now the umpire's just having a chat. Chris Harris is about to bowl his last over. That's a good performance following his century, and in fact the chat is about the ball. I can't imagine that New Zealand would want to change it.
No, I think you're right, Ian. Just wondering whether the batsmen have actually looked at it and said, look, we can't see the ball because of the pitch conditions, and it's maybe a little bit dark out there as well, that perhaps the contest isn't fair, so perhaps a whiter ball may be called for. I think you're right. I don't think New Zealand would ask for that ball to be changed, and if it's a little bit soft as well, it's another reason why New Zealand wouldn't want it to change, because they wouldn't want the ball to bounce. If the ball bounces a little bit more, then it's easy for the stroke makers to hit through the line of the ball. And so whether the umpires are making a decision themselves and trying to make it fair for both sides, well, whatever happens, they're looking to change the ball. It's just sort of one word that creeps into one-day cricket, and we've seen it so often, and that's that word panicking, isn't it? And you have a situation where a team is in control and all of a sudden they lose a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden the game just turns quite dramatically and allows the opposing side back into the game. Well, New Zealand need a wicket or so here just to balance the game again. It's still very delicately poised. As we can see, the umpires there looking to change the ball, and they may well have changed it. We did see Steve Waugh talking to Cyril Mitchley. So whether Steve Waugh did mention to Cyril Mitchley that he's having some difficulty picking the ball up because of its colour. Well, it's an interesting ruling, whether he has the right to do that.
Lee Jumon, the look on his face when he was told didn't look as though he was totally in agreement with the decision, but obviously not much he can do about it. So Chris Harris to bowl his final over. Good effort. He's kept his personal economy rate down to just under 4 per over, following on his century. He doesn't have a wicket. He would really do a tremendous job for New Zealand today if he were to pick up a wicket in his last over.
Well, Chris Harris has kept New Zealand in the game because his 130 was an outstanding performance. He's been magnificent in the outfield as well. And of course, his bowling has been nothing sort of sensational in the context of the match. I think any New Zealand bowler that goes for under 50 out here today, if he bowls the full 10 overs, has really done his job pretty well. It looks as if Chris Harris is going to better that.
Oh, bold, Harold. Good stuff, mate. Come on, you're doing well. Bring it up, Harry.
And the captain there just urging his man on. I think he realises he's on his last legs, and he's only got 4 more balls to go, and I think he might have just asked umpire Mitchley, is it only 4 to go? Are you sure this is the last one? Sure this is the 10th? Please don't tell me that there's another one. And he's cramped up again.
Stumps, Harry.
Just had it confirmed that one of the special rules that applies to the use of the white ball, particularly in this competition, that either the fielding side or the batting side can complain about the colour of the ball, and if necessary it will be changed by the umpire as well. It appears that that's happened. And Chris Harris is in all sorts of problems out there with cramp, so he only has another 3 deliveries to complete, and if he does that he might very well leave the field, but New Zealand will miss him in the field. He's been quite incredible, particularly in the cover area. It's a question whether he can hang on in there, not only for these 3 deliveries, but the next 8 overs in this match.
Oh, ball, Harry. Good tip.
.61 from 50 with 6 wickets in hand. Chris Harris really is digging deep here to get through these 10 overs. And it's got past third man. That's a big blow for Australia.
Also for New Zealand, I would suggest. And so Chris Harris just getting that one round about fractionally outside the off stump. It's been delicately cut. And he's beaten that man there, despairing dive. He's raced away for 4 runs. Only 1 ball left there for Chris Harris. I think he's made his intentions quite clear that he's a little bit frustrated with that. He's bowled so well, and he's just conceded that extra 4. So 57 now from 49 deliveries, 6 wickets in hand. There's still a ball game on.
You should still get the feeling that New Zealand need a wicket or 2. Australia have some experienced players and very good players still to come. It's 231 for 4.
Well played, Chris Harris, 130 with the bat, and he's bowled his 10 overs, conceded just over 40 runs. It's a very good performance in the context of this match. 10 overs for 41. Wicketless, but he's done a good job. And he's fielded quite superbly, worthy of the Man of the Match award, irrespective of whoever wins this game.
We're heading to a nail-biting finish.
The stakes could not be higher.
Every goal, every point, and every match counts for more.
Fernandez! He's a special player.
When the sports among Europe's best come knocking at the door. Watch Manchester United, Chelsea, Leicester City and Wolverhampton Wanderers as they battle it out for a top 4 finish. Hero presents the coverage of Tottenham Hotspur versus Leicester City, live only on Star Sports Select and Disney Plus Hotstar.
Hero Motocorp presents the Premier League coverage on Star Sports Select in association with Amul, the taste of India.
This is Cricket Connected. Let's have a look at what's trending on social media. What our favorite cricketers are up to and where are they?
Stay connected with what your favorite cricketers are up to only on Cricket Connected every Saturday and Sunday at 7 and 9 p.m. only on the Star Sports Network and Disney Plus Hotstar.
Why beat one opponent when you can beat 2? 3 teams.
That's big. That's massive.
2 halves.
1 match.
Bowled him. He's got one.
A format
You have never seen before.
What a magnificent night this has been.
like literally you've never seen it before. It's new.
And the last batter
Stands. This format. Who thought of the rule?
Watch the Solidarity Cup on 18th July at 2 p.m. live on the Star Sports Network and Disney Plus Hotstar.
This broadcast is co-presented by Britannia NutriChoice and My 11 Circle.
चैंपियंस वही बनते हैं जो वर्ल्ड के चैंपियंस को टक्कर देते हैं। PolicyBazaar.com presents India versus the World 9 से 31 जुलाई सुबह 11 बजे सिर्फ स्टार स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क पर।
This program is brought to you in association with the new 2020 Desire and Airtel Platinum.
Australia making a good fist of this chase to stay in the World Cup. Last of the quarterfinals. We have India versus Sri Lanka. That's already decided for one semi-final. That'll be played in Calcutta. The second one in Chandigarh will be between the West Indies. And whoever wins this. That's a great shot from Stuart Law. So 2 boundaries in the last 2 overs from Stuart Law have helped Australia's cause.
Yes, those boundaries are certainly killer punches as far as New Zealand is concerned. It's not that much more difficult to stop Law and Steve Waugh out there at the moment. So that was a good blow. It's forced a fielding change where the man at mid-off and the circles had to go back into the boundary, so the fine leg has had to come up into the run-saving circle position.
Timing the ball very sweetly, Stuart Law. And that's well run. As soon as the bails were off, they realised that the bowler would have to be ripping the stumps out of the ground. Took the extra run.
A little bit unlucky here, New Zealand. There's a direct hit on the stumps. Not a lot you can do about that. And of course, it's the bonus run that the Australians have got. So 50 and 46 deliveries, still those 6 wickets in hand. That to me is the deciding figure. The fact that Australia do have those 6 wickets in hand. And 2 batsmen, certainly one very well established in Steve Waugh, and Stuart Law just starting to take control.
Law coming back for the second. Well run.
Sort of one of those games, Ian, isn't it, that both teams have played some very good cricket indeed out there. It's a shame there has to be a loser. Not so much a loser of this match, but of course the loser does go out of the competition in total. They won't get another chance. And I think if Australia are able to win this game, I think they'd be pretty good bets to go on and win the World Cup. Played very well under pressure.
Yes, well, this has been the area where they've had the greatest problems winning in chasing decent sized targets. I think they have improved in that area probably since Mark Taylor's taken over the captaincy. And you've got the addition of players like Stuart Law, particularly Michael Bevan at 6, and that has improved Australia's ability to chase and win when they're chasing quite a decent sized total. But this would certainly be their best effort in a chase, particularly in a sudden death match. Fieldsman not picking that up too quickly. He was just slow to move. and that allowed them to get back for the second.
So runs are coming very easily for the Australians out there at the moment. It's going to be something special for New Zealand. They need something quite sensational, a brilliant catch or a run out. They've already 9-11 runs from this over. And really, they haven't played any risky shots either. Full pitch delivery there from Dion Nash. The idea was right, to try and get it up there. It was a full toss.
It's 2:43 for 4.
So the pendulum now swings very much into Australia's favour at the moment. 6 wickets in hands, 7 overs required, and 44 runs. That's the equation. Some very happy Australians, I'm sure, at the moment.
.44 from 42 for Australia to go through and play against the West Indies. For New Zealand, well, they need 6 wickets or an exceptional containing job from here. Lee Jumon having to make a change now at the Indian Oil end, because Chris Harris has finished his 10 overs and he's calling on Roger Toos.
The disappointment for New Zealand and Lee Jumon, the captain, is the fact that Chris Cairns has been very, very expensive. He's gone for something like 8 and over, and therefore it's very difficult for him to be brought back into the attack at this time. And Chris Cairns, he's picked up a couple of wickets in this competition, but I'm sure that Lee Jumon would love to have had Chris Cairns bowling well at this stage of the innings. But that would be very much a gamble, as it is to bring in a part-timer in Roger Toos. So the New Zealand bowling lineup's been very thin, and they've tried to make do with 1 or 2 part-timers like Astle and Toos.
New Zealand just not able to save a few singles. In fact, they're getting a lot of twos because of the speed of the 2 men running between wickets.
New Zealand might look back and say to themselves, well, 286 was a very good performance. Perhaps they may have done a little bit better than that. They might have got to the 300 mark at one stage, and those 20 odd runs could be quite decisive at the end of the day.
He definitely threatens Roger Toos every time he fields one. There's a threat to throw the stumps down. No batsman seems to have moved out of his way yet.
It's the competitive streak in Roger Toos. Had he thrown it, might have been a good idea to get out of the way.
Ball.
Because he has had a lot of part-time bowlers to use, Lee Jumon really hasn't been able to attack as much as he would like at different times. When you look around the field at the moment, you don't really see how the Australian batsmen are going to get out unless they commit suicide, and they're playing so calmly at the moment, you can't see that happening.
Catch.
That's beautifully hit, hitting straight, and there's always a gap there.
Yes, he's playing very well. Steve Waugh, very experienced player. And I think the problem for Lee Jumon has been highlighted by the fact that he hasn't got his main strike bowler, Danny Morrison, who is a wicket-taking bowler. And bowls quite well at the death, because he does get the ball to swing a little bit. The fact that he's not in the side, this means a lot too many part-timers there.
Steve Waugh moves closer to the half century. It's 2:55 for 4.
So this has been a wonderful performance by the Australians, and they've done it in some style and they've done it with some ease. A very sensible batting approach, gone about their target very well indeed. Mark Waugh quite outstanding, Brother Steve doing a wonderful job. Some very good supporting roles too from other players.
Two boundaries in that over from Steve Waugh have really swung things in Australia's favour. And Stuart Law, with a couple of boundaries just a few overs ago, who started to change the momentum, and now things well and truly in Australia's favour. Shane Thompson being called on now by his skipper, and really he needs to take a couple of wickets.
Yes, New Zealand need at least a couple of wickets very quickly just to try and balance the books a little bit, but the odds very much in favour there of Australia. Chris Ken starting to loosen up, and if New Zealand want a hero, well, they've had one in Chris Harris today. Splendid performance from him, wonderful all-round performance, but they also need another hero, and whether Chris Cairns can make a late impact on this World Cup along with Shane Thompson remains to be seen. Thompson's been very expensive, nearly 7 runs and over. He's picked up a wicket, of course, but when they need around about 6 runs and over now, it's pretty easy. They can just work the ball around, they don't need to hit the boundaries. They can do it in very comfortable fashion. Just push the ball around for singles. The field has come up though, so there's plenty of room to go over the top as well.
And that's cleared the boundary.
Well, when you're going to go over the top, you might as well go well and truly over the top and actually hit it and get a 6. A poor delivery there from Shane Thompson, dragged it down. And Stuart Law had plenty of time to get himself into position, and it's gone about 10 rows back. I just wonder where the bowlers are having 1 or 2 problems there with a little bit of dew in the outfield. It's made the ball a little bit greasy. Perhaps the grip of the ball is not easy for the spinner. Even so, we've got to overcome these problems.
That rush of boundaries really has made it a cruise now for Australia with 6 wickets in hand. Don't have to do anything special at all, and really the onus is now back on Lee Jamon. He's got to try and find a way to get a couple of wickets. He's got to get them very quickly. If he brings some fielders in, then that increases the opportunities for these batsmen to hit boundaries, but he has no other choice.
It's the all-round experience and depth of the Australians that is really coming to the fore at the moment. It's a very well-balanced side. And the way they played today, certainly the way they've batted, they deserve to win. I'm not so sure their fielding was anywhere near the standard they would have liked. Some of their bowling too a little bit ragged. And at the end of the day, to restrict New Zealand to 286 when it could have been more was probably a satisfactory performance, but their batting has been quite outstanding.
That's 50 to Steve Waugh.
That's well played too by Steve Waugh. He's been one of the consistent batsmen for Australia in this World Cup. It's his 3rd half century of the World Cup. 82 against Kenya, 57 against the West Indies, and a very timely 50 now against New Zealand.
Right, man.
Gives you an idea of how much the players are perspiring out there. Steve Waugh has called for a big towel to wipe the grip of his bat. Obviously the perspiration getting right through the gloves and onto that red rubber grip. You can see him there just trying to wipe his gloves on his trousers. It must be very, very humid out there. Jamon not able to come up with any ideas to try and manufacture a wicket. It's 265 for 4.
Oh, and that one just bouncing a little bit. He's bowled that shortish ball just outside off stump, and he actually did well to get out of the way here.
Well, one of the reasons he's got those 2 catches in close there is he's not a bad master of the change of pace, Chris Cairns. He may be looking to bowl maybe the odd off spinner in this over. We'll have to watch for that and get Steve Waugh going through with the shot before the ball arrives, lifting it on the offside or the onside, and maybe a catch.
That one's outside off stump, and he's managed to get it down the ground to mid-off for 1. And that's all they've got to try and do now is score 1 run every ball, and of course that's not always possible, so you can slip in the odd 4. Tremendous game of cricket, really. Great conditions here. The batsmen have dominated this match. New Zealand is posting 286 for 9. And that one's short and straight to short mid-wicket.
I think we've got to give some credit to the groundsman, Tony. I'm not quite sure what his name is. I should, though. When he produces pitches like this, he should be world famous. One-day cricket demands a good surface that stays the same throughout the duration of the match, and this one has. It's an absolute cracker, and as a result, the batsmen have prospered, and we've had a real spectacle.
No, he's done very well. Certainly has. He predicted it was going to be a very good wicket, and so did the groundsman in Bangalore, and I've got to say that they've produced 2 of the best wickets in this World Cup so far. Have a look at it. Plenty of up and down with spikes down that pitch so far today, but it's held together beautifully. A lot of work goes into providing you with these pictures. And he's got him. He's hit it straight to short extra, thrown it up in the air, but in fact it's gone straight into the ground. So the New Zealanders having a little bit of fun out there, and that's the end of the over. 267 for 4.
So that was a good over from Chris Cairns, because he did manage to contain only 2 runs, in fact, and that's the desired result. The only problem is that they've still got plenty of time and plenty of wickets in hand, Australia, and 2 very informed players at the crease.
Not easy to see the ball out there at the moment. It's gone pretty much the same colour as the pitch. 267 for 4. That last ball of the last over, it was blasted away at mid-off, and nicely taken, but obviously above ball. Have a look at this one again. You just see it smashed away, and the whole stadium went up as it was taken. That short extra cover, but of course was hitting to the ground. 20 of 24. Oh, he's got that one away, and it's running away to the fence as well. Yes, that's a lovely shot. Stuart Law timing that one to perfection.
So they're a good side, this Australian outfit. They've got class all the way down the order, and he's not very experienced at this level, Stuart Law, but that's not inhibiting his stroke play at all. That's a beautiful square cut.
Just 16 to get now, and so when they started it looked pretty tough. Taylor found it very difficult to get that scoreboard moving. He was out in frustration. That one's gone straight to third man. Well, there we are. I can't see this one is the call from the New Zealand captain, and he's not on his own, I tell you. We've got cameras everywhere trying to pick this ball up, but when it's hit away firmly in the outfield, it's very difficult to follow. He's having had such a tremendous day. Jamon is just a little bit frustrated.
So I've given it everything today, Tony. New Zealand, I think they had a score there, or a target there, that they thought that the halfway point they were really in business. All they had to do was bowl well and field well, and they would have been off to Chandigarh. Some of those faces are now starting to tell some other stories.
Mid-off coming in for that one. Yes, it's been an incredible game. It's certainly captured the imagination of these folk in Madras. They've packed the stadium out, and it really has been a good crowd, actually. I've appreciated some tremendous batting in particular today. And of course, millions watching this telecast worldwide. Some of them in Australia and New Zealand watching in the early hours of the morning.
Yes, I'm sure a few New Zealanders at the halfway point went to bed and thought, well, we've got this one in the bag, I won't even bother staying up. I think we'll just read about it in the papers tomorrow and hear about it on the radio. But they're in for a shock if they've gone that way, because it looks like Australia are going to get home. And Chris Harris, well, what a day he's had. But in the end, will it come to anything? It appears not.
Yes, spare a thought for him. It becomes twice the knock if you win. He's had a tough World Cup too, Michael Slater. Slater hasn't had a game in the World Cup yet. 9 runs off the over. 276 for 4.
Well, the pitch is really starting to tell some stories. Stories of fatigue, of exhaustion, frustration, devastation really on the faces of some of the New Zealanders. Devastated by a magnificent Australian run chase.
There's one thing about this Australian side, and that is that they have this incredible batting depth. Not only is it just a question of batting depth, it's a question of ability down the order. When one looks at Michael Bevan, who hasn't arrived at the crease, he's next in, followed by Ian Healy, who's got fantastic ability with the bat too, scores his run so fast. And they're beginning to go. I think it's party time in Madras. He's got that one away as well. Well, Stephen Waugh and Stuart Law putting together a fantastic partnership, and it's Stuart Law who's starting to turn it on now.
Well, this is a good shot, Tony, because it's pretty hard to pick up the ball, but that's a slower delivery from Cairns, the off-spinner, just the shade short. It sat up and said, hit me. And look at the reaction from the boys here. I'm not sure what the nightlife is like in Madras, but I'm pretty sure that the Australians in the crowd are going to find out later in the evening. And the happy captain, a happy pinch hitter, Shane Warne. It's almost inconceivable to think when you're chasing a total of 287 to win. There's a rarity here, the ball going past the outside edge, that someone batting at number 6 or 7 in the order, the likes of Michael Bevan and Ian Healy, aren't even going to get a knock. To me, that seems incredible. But, used the pinch hitter, and that, to a certain extent, I think it turned the tide. I think it was a little stroke of genius. 43 runs off 26 balls, and I think at that point the innings needed momentum, and whether it was his thought or that of Bobby Simpson, I need full credit. And Shane Warne, of course, he did the job required, so it just has been a marvellous run chase. And it just makes you wonder, what is the side going to need to beat these guys?
Nudge that one away to third man, and that'll go for 4 as well. Delicately placed, little late cut down to third man who's standing wide. And the Aussies are jubilant.
It's also inconceivable to think they're going to do this with 2 overs to spare. And it's another very fine catch up, using the pace, what's left of the pace in the ball. And just running it off the face for 4 more. So a job almost done for Steve Waugh, and that's the equation.
So just 2 runs to get now to win this match, and of course 14 balls to go, and it's all going to be coming to an end for the New Zealanders. This has been a very bold effort in this quarter-final. And that's victory to Australia. He's got that away fine. 4-leg buys. And the Australians, having been in trouble at one stage, you can see they are pretty happy. I think they would have been very worried at one stage, but some pretty good partnerships and a pretty professional performance with the bat.
And in the middle of that happy bunch, Mark Waugh, and he gets the congratulations of some happy teammates. Magnificent performance. Shane Warne did his part, not so much with the ball today, but with the bat. The surprise pinch hitter, Damien Fleming, well, he got a bit of a pace thing, but they can celebrate now, the Australians, because they've got home Ricky Ponting. A little cameo from him as well. Tony Greig talked about the depth in the batting order, the class all the way down, and it really did show today. So, number of Australians in the crowd, the flags are waving, the banners are up, and even the Indian people, who by and large have really supported New Zealand today, looking for the underdog to get home, they're happy because they've seen a great spectacle, magnificent game of one-day cricket. Feast of runs, a feast of stroke play, and in the end the Australians just too good, and they did it, Tony, with 2 overs to spare.
Yes, they certainly did, and their supporters who've come a long way to watch them are pretty happy too. And I think it's a pretty relieved Mark Taylor, the captain. He didn't win the toss. I'm sure he'd love to have batted first. The New Zealanders did that, and they really did do it in style. And then, of course, the Australians did it even better. And it's been a beautiful evening here in Madras. The lights have been very good. This stadium has been absolutely packed, and they've appreciated the good cricket. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Yes, and for those of you who've just joined this telecast, just to give you an idea of exactly how things went, New Zealand really played very well. Harris's 130 was a gem of an innings, and his partnership with his captain Jamon was really very good indeed. He made 89, and that really was the partnership that set this innings up for the New Zealanders. They didn't quite get as many as they should have done, actually, and it was that which created a little opening, if you like, for the Australians. From the Australian point of view, those are the bowling figures. You can see there that the 3 quicks, Rifle, Fleming and McGrath, didn't bowl all the overs. They used Shane Warne and Bevan to bowl their 10. Of course, Steve Waugh and Mark Waugh as well. So a lot of chopping and changing the bowling there in order to try and curb that flow of runs, which at one stage seemed it was never going to end.
And after that, well, Australia, what a target they had. During the break, they must have just sat and wondered in silence if they were going to get home. But they started, well, very slowly, deliberately. Mark Taylor went, he chased a little wide one down the leg side, got a nick on it. Jamon took the catch. Ricky Ponting, cameo innings there, he got the things rolling. Shane Warne, the pinch hitter, 24, was more valuable than it looks on the scoreboard. But the innings of the day, to me, even surpassing Chris Harris, is that of Mark Waugh. He's silky, the was smooth, it was sensible, never any hint of panic. And in the end, the brother took over, and Stuart Law, and they did it right to the end. New Zealand bowlers, well, they tried a number of options, and Chris Harris, after that magnificent innings, he was forced to bowl 10. He did it pretty well too in the context of the match. 10 for 40 is not too bad. Nash was tidy at the start. Patel was economical enough. Thompson was he was taken to a wee bit, so was Chris Cairns. Nathan Astle and twos were also tidy, but not tidy enough. And in the end, you can see there down the bottom, just the 4 wickets. Australia, very comfortable.